2, 1.
And we're going.
Yeah, and we are live. Hello, everybody.
Hey.
How you doing?
Hey.
I'm gonna immediately get started here because I'm excited.
Yeah. So, why don't? Yeah. Well, I tweet this really quick. Why don't you run down what you're doing on stream right now?
All right, everyone.
Why we're doing it?
So after Omega was last week was talking about watching Castlevania and got back into Symphony of the Night, Lucky had the realization that while I do enjoy the Metroidvania type of game, I really haven't played a lot of them. I've played maybe a little bit of Metroid, Super Metroid. I actually played a lot of Super Metroid, I just never beat it. And the only Castlevania games that I've played, I played one on the PS2. It was a 3D one. I can't remember the name of it. But you like summoned monsters and stuff. Oh, I can't remember. I don't know if that was Lament of Innocence or anything. I can't remember the Castlevania PS2 eras. And then I played Lords of Shadow 1 and 2. I beat them, but those were not necessarily Metrovanias. Those, I don't even know. They were action adventures, but in the same style that, you know, God of War was. For a long time, a lot of people called the Lord of Shadow games the God of War clones. I'm just like, nah, it's fine. It's fine. Just enjoy the game. The games did not suck. You suck. Listen, we're gonna have a little bit of talk about. We're gonna have a talk about people sucking later. Just a heads up.
Listen, there's all kinds of games and things out there, and in general, like I can understand, right? Like if you are a big fan of like classic 2D Castlevanias that are linear, and then they expand that to being non-linear. Symphony of the Night was kind of the first Metroidvania Castlevania.
I can change the color of the blood. I love this.
That's pretty rad. That's probably for censorship stuff, but then they make it a funny thing. But by the way, for my setup, Symphony of the Night, I've said this before, has the only Castlevania game I've ever like actually seriously played all the way through and beaten. I have not really played a lot of the others. I will probably eventually play Rondo because it's a dual pack I bought on PSN.
Miriam.
I am not ready to go do that right now after spending like 15-20 hours playing Symphony of the Night. And yeah, I kind of know what I'm doing, so Symphony only took me a little bit of actual play time, but boy, God, does the inverted castle suck.
But with Omega talking about all that stuff, I was like, man, I'm really jonesing for a Metrovania kind of game, but I don't want to go take a chance with something that's, you know, not known, and I don't necessarily want to go play something old school, because here's the thing about playing old school games. Playing old school kind of games is kind of hard if you don't have that nostalgia factor. Like, if it's not...
Yeah, at the very least, if you're not willing to get into the flaws, right?
Right.
Like, if people want me to, like, give my recap because it's been a few years since I beat Symphony, I can talk about how the game is cool, but the gameplay has some old school ass, early PlayStation N64 era bullshit in it.
Yeah, so it's just like one of those things. Like, I don't know if I necessarily want to commit to that. But I do remember that Bloodstain, like, I've known Bloodstain has existed, like, forever. Like, I was kind of excited about it because, you know, it was one of those things. But I never really had the opportunity, like, or a good reason to sit down and play it. Like, listen, my games catalog, it's only gotten bigger. It's only gotten bigger because I bought this fucking game. Right. God damn it. But, like I said, I was really jonesing for it. And so I picked it up. I actually bought a physical copy because I'm an animal who loves physical media. But I was fortunate in the fact that Amazon apparently had a dude right nearby who had it and was able to get it to me with free one-day shipping. So I was like, fuck yeah, Friday. It came. It arrived. Oh, so yeah, I'm decided that I would play it because I did a poll. People were like, we're into it. There were some people who were not into it, and I appreciate your votes nonetheless. Because, like I said, if people had literally said, no, I'm not into this, I've been like, nah, I'll find something else that maybe some people do want to do. So, people who said no, don't worry, you're heard. You are heard and seen. I will throw some shade out to the people who did vote, who didn't actually give any sort of preference to when and where they wanted to do it. I think only Suna, one of my crows, was all like, I'd prefer if you just did it on the main channel. And I was all like, yes, thank you. That's exactly the feedback I need. Yeah. Because I did offer 3 selections because I have my personal channel, which has nothing on it because I haven't done anything with it yet. Key phrase, yet. We have the main channel, which honestly has a lot of stuff on it. So I was like, I don't want to necessarily get lost in the weeds. And then I could have just streamed it on Discord, you know, I think I figured it out. I couldn't do the audio, but I figured out everything else I can like at least stream the video. But like I said, no one said anything. So I talked to Omega the other day. He's like, yeah, we could just do it like that. Maybe, I don't know, I'll take over the stream on Monday and he can just watch me play or something. I don't know. You know.
We'll see what happens. We'll see how people respond and how the gameplay is.
Mm-hmm.
Because we talked about this at the end of the Uncharted 3 finale stream, which if you haven't watched, first of all, shame on you. But second of all, yeah, I know. They've been a little slow, so we should, do some more. Go watch them. We're complete up through Uncharted 3 now.
Yep.
But at the end of that, we kind of talked about, because Uncharted 4 is, well, first of all, it's a whole separate, downloadable. I actually still need to go make sure and download it off the... I think it's on the PS4 Definitive Collection, I believe is the format it's in, if I don't already have it somewhere. Because I had the Uncharted Nathan Drake collection from a PS Plus month.
Yep.
Very smart. But that was ye old classic, HD rebundle. So 4 is a separate game title. I have to download it, set it up, and everything. Go through all that. And it's, a little bit chunkier, a little more, new console, who dis kind of stuff. Very typical things you get out of these sorts of, bumps up. So we figured, we've been going pretty hardcore. I've been enjoying doing Uncharted, but we've been pretty hardcore on it for a while. We can switch it up for a couple of weeks and see what happens.
Mm-hmm.
So we're definitely going to be doing something different on Monday. We've talked about Gartic Phone, because I do want to do some more of that sometime, because it's super fun and also was very popular. So, we'll see what happens with this. We're obviously going to test pilot this out, see what the game is like. I know this game has some co-op options, but I'm pretty sure it is not cross-play compatible.
Yeah.
And I talked about this before. I have a copy on Steam that I have downloaded but not yet played. But Lucky is playing the PS4 version, so...
Yes.
I do also believe this is on Switch, if that's your thing. We're going for the faux 2D style, where everybody is 3D sprites, but you look like you're zoomed out for 2D.
Mm-hmm. Let's go with shoes.
Interesting, so you can kind of pick your unarmed.
Suddenly, monsters!
So we will obviously go on this train while we progress. We'll play through the tutorial now. I would like to remind everybody, this yonder streamy-doo is brought to you by our patrons like Adam DeHarp, Anka Kanzik, Akazayime, Ken G, Carlos Qua, Regan Ferris, Jeremy Vasquez, Jonathan Sandoval, Legendary Boss Hunter, Liam Kessler, Regent Robin Trevor, Shiny Pete, Some Guy Named Bob, and Cedric23. If you like what we do and want to see us do more, consider supporting us on Patreon. You can get access to episodes early and lots of other goodies, and it would really help us out. Please consider supporting us on the Patreon. It's cool.
Oh, that man's
But yeah,
dead.
this is the what's up.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, that guy's he's just straight up dead.
Suddenly, combat.
Castle and ship. No, we have to teach you how to punch.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so while Lucky's figuring out how to kick things, I assume since you took the shoes.
Mm-hmm. I think I have them both. I have the Kung Fu shoes and a knife, so now I can get the stabs.
But yeah, so I can talk a little bit about Symphony of the Night, I think, since that's relevant, discussing Metroidvania-style games. I did beat it. No, I did not get the golden ending, because that requires you to explore all the castle spaces, which literally just means you have to, jump in a lot of places and fly around as a bat, and I just... I didn't have the energy for that, okay. The ending of that game... Well, the ending of that game with high completion is very tedious. You can get the bad ending really, really easy and just not do the inverted castle, but that would be lame. So I do the real ending and defeat Dracula and all that stuff, but the inverted castle is very, very long and sucky because everybody's way tougher. Literally, there's some sections of the inverted castle that is filled with nothing but early game bosses who are now just common mobs, and they literally don't have different stats. That's just how strong you've gotten since the start of the game, but that means that the challenge has to go up even more. So yeah, I defeat all the bosses, got all the relics. I probably will go back and load my save sometime for the golden ending, if only to get the trophy, because trophies are
level up,
beautifully named.
Oh, yeah.
Beautifully named in this version of the game. Okay, so this is very Symphony of the Night-esque. Okay, you're straight up leveling.
Mm-hmm. Let's see here.
That was another thing that I don't know how many more Castlevania games do, but Symphony of the Night was also very much like RPG light. Like, you literally level up, and that gives you like 1 extra point of max life and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Increases some of your stats. If you really want to increase your max life, though, you gotta punch out bosses. But yeah, the game is pretty good. Symphony of the Night, I like it a lot. I've played it a couple of times. It requires a little bit of extra effort to finish up.
Shit. Oh. Ow. You animal. Stabs. Ow. Bitch. Tick. Ow. Okay, I'm losing. Go, water ball. Sweet.
You need to work on. You need to get your good old timing.
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh, the minimaps also. I will definitely have to be playing this sometime then. Yeah. Like, chests was not really how Symphony did stuff. You mostly just punched busts and urns of things if you wanted to drop items.
Mm.
Occasionally candelabras would drop something fun, but that was usually just like sub-weapons or whatever. But like, that map is very reminiscent of the Symphony of the Night mini-map.
Oh, now it's weaker. Okay. Book. All those attributes. Neat.
Book!
Thank you, book, for your knowledge. Oh wait, there's a treasure chest over here.
Status effects and damage types. So Bloodstained is a game in we could call it almost a genre of like, hey, for some reason, real full ass game studios, mostly Konami, but also some others, won't pay us to make our classic game series anymore for some ungodly reason. So we'll just make our own.
Okay, yeah.
Like Bloodstained is made by, I believe his name is Iga. He's a big guy behind Castlevania. A lot of the later games. Less successfully received was Mighty Number 9 by some of the guys who used to be at Capcom behind Mega Man. Because, there hasn't been a new fucking Mega Man game in forever for some reason. Like, they remade one on, like, the PSP and then stopped. Like, they haven't even tried to... Which, you can appreciate when you don't try and just milk a franchise to death, but, like, they haven't tried to do anything with Mega Man in forever, which is kind of frustrating, because there are a lot of those games over a lot of different series.
Oh. Okay, hang on, so...
It's neat moves.
Can I just... Yeah, I can just fire it in a direction. Okay, neat. Ah, that's my MP, though. Give that back. Yeah.
That's something, by the way, that's better than Symphony of the Night. You can use spells with classic ass button prompts that mostly involve fighting game style twirling the sticks. Yeah, it's true. They did continue the core series, I guess, a while back, but those were mostly just retro clones that didn't really seem like they were doing much different, and it's still only the core Mega Man series. Like, they ran out of juice with X after, like, X8, I think. Or was it X? Was there an X9? I don't think there was an X. Battle Network kind of hit a thematic conclusion at 6. And then they were... I think Konami was fuckled by their marketing decisions on how to handle Star Force, the follow-up series to... The series that was supposed to be like the X to Battle Network. And there were only, unfortunately, 2 ZX games, even though those were really cool.
I'm about to say, it's like, I thought, like, wasn't like ZX? Like, ZX was great. I remember ZX.
Yeah, that was early DS era. And to be fair, they did do Zero Collection and ZX Collection. I do have it. The old school Zero games are fucking hard. Kicks my ass every time. I think I played some of, like, first Zero on stream, and I was just really awful at it. I had to switch because I actually know that game in and out. Bought both those games on the DS. And those games probably feel like they were successful and went more places because they had multiple protagonists, right? You didn't need to buy 2 different cartridges for them. You could just play 2 different routes on the game, as opposed to Star Force, which went with the Pokemon model for some ungodly reason. This was very popular in the DS era. Like, Pokemon has been doing it forever, but, like, when the DS rolled out, other game companies were like, wait, we can just steal this marketing. Like, other developers, like, I don't remember which one it was because I'm a smooth brain when it comes to Fire Emblem. But wasn't one of the Fire Emblem games split similarly?
Oh, yeah. Was it? It was Fates and
Yeah.
Well, no, it was worse because you had like every route was its own game, and there was 3 routes, That's why I like eternally hate it.
Yes.
Because you could get you would have to, because in order to get the third route, which I believe you still had to buy, you had to beat the other two first. So it's just like, God.
And then like have the save data, or you have to do the dumb forced meme thing of like it's you know, it's the pre microtransactions shenanigans with trying to make your money out of a game, or pre DLC where like, hey, if you want to get those exclusive Pokemon, you have to buy 2 versions of the game. Just trade with your friends. Your friends will get the other version. No, they won't. So what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to buy 2 fucking Game Boys, buy 2 fucking cards. No, but like I'm glad we have kind of stepped away from that.
Hey, Omega, look, I think I still have to do fighting move bullshit.
You do.
What weapons though? It looks like. Hang on.
Okay, to do your special moves. Yeah, that is an MP cost, so you can do forward roll, circle. That's at least pretty simple. There are a couple of simplistic spells. Then there's some not. Like, I think to do, like, one of the best spells in Symphony of the Night, Soul Seal, which just deals damage to everybody on screen, also heals you HP, so it's really fucking good. You need to, like, hold back, you tap back, you slam all the way forward, you rotate back around, and then slam back again, and then hit square. And, like, it was so finicky. Even though I can now use analog sticks. Okay, so you're going to chill on a couch to save?
Yep.
That was very fun. Rotate those sticks. I'll probably have to plug in a controller for this. Thank God I do not want to do fighting game bullshit on a keyboard. Yeah, I can obviously see where this is that retro style, right? But yeah, so I think Mega Man Star Force was bamboozled by the fact that the first version of the game, they wanted you to buy like 3 different versions.
Oh, it does go up to 3 times. Wild. I love it.
And I never, by the way, bought any Star Force because I never could figure out which one I wanted, and also maybe the one I wanted wasn't in stock. Like, it was like certain retailers had certain versions of the. It was really bad. And Capcom, for instance, could very easily fix this these days. They have the technology, and everybody else is doing it. They could literally just like, I mean, they've already released the Zero ZX collection, right? They could literally just be like, here's all the Mega Man Battle Network games on like a Switch cart. You can play all 6, you know. Back in the PS2 days, I owned Mega Man Legacy Collection and X Legacy Collection, right?
Mm-hmm.
You could play a lot of shit on those. So, like, they have the technology, but they won't do it.
I can't get up there.
I also don't know, like what Castlevania is doing these days besides making a kick-ass television series.
I don't think it's done much. Have we had anything since Lords of Shadow?
There was, like, one weird, like, download-only title, which was, like, a crossover that I played a little bit of. It was, like clearing dungeons and bosses in, like, a time thing, and you could go online with your friends. You could pick different characters from different games. But yeah, I don't know if they've done any, like, core. Oh, interesting. They've gone the gacha route? The Mega Man X would definitely be, work with that, right? So many background characters and stuff.
I mean, they just have to take an appliance and add man, and you got something.
No. Mega Man X is different. That's
right. That
adjective plus animal.
That's right.
Storm Eagle. Why, yes, the classic Mega Man X is burned into my brain.
I mean, like, that was my first thought, too.
Yes. Storm Eagle. Spark Mandrill.
That was the second one, yes. Ice Penguin.
Yeah.
What was it? Launch Octopus? I think Launch Octopus.
Yeah, Launch Octopus. Boomer Koanger was always the weird one.
I don't know what the fuck a Koanger was.
I'm pretty sure he was supposed to be a beetle because Japan loves beetles, but I'm gonna bet his pun didn't translate. Ooh, that's interesting. I'll take a look at that. There's a couple of games that have come out recently. I've been getting some ads for. Apparently, there's a standalone Konosuba gacha game,
yes,
which has like classic RPG mechanics that's recently been released in English. And I'm like, oh, I mean, that could be fun. I do like Konosuba. I could check it out.
Wow, that was great. I love this move. Oh, go cannon.
And he explodes into. So yeah, that's definitely a thing I've noticed. Like the gacha zone has like expanded from traditional mobile like stuff. Like FGO, for instance, is a very simplified RPG, you know, kind of hand-based game. Whatchamacallit, you know, Arknights is just a tower defense game.
Might have known.
But,
That's a great title for a trophy. I'm assuming it's find a secret room.
Yeah.
What's up, bro?
Oh, you got a max MP pickup. All that stuff.
Let's see. So what's over here? Hey, Resh, glad you can make it.
Is reroll health thing in Konosuba? Well, I'll keep that in mind if I decide to try it. But yeah, like I've noticed that more and more gacha games are like expanding their options. But I can see like Mega Man would slot into that perfectly. I'm actually kind of surprised I never thought of that because
I'm gonna wear it. Darling. I guess I can change my head. Okay, that's great. I love it.
Okay, yeah. So you get some customization options. That's fucking adorable.
Gun.
Gun.
Okay. Ah, yes, it is. Actually, not that. Okay.
Ooh, that's a good feature. I like that. Somebody in chat just said that there's when you get dupes in the Mega Man Gacha, you get currency to buy more dupes rather than just getting a dupe directly. So you can use to buy dupes of any character you've got. So if you're like, I don't need any more copies of Axel.
Oh.
Sorry, Axel. I want more copies of Zero. That's true facts, by the way. I would. Zero's red and has a sword, guys. Come on.
Sword. So where have I not been?
You got a couple of rooms.
Ah. Oh, okay, bye. I don't want to fight you anyway.
So something I will notice immediately, because I was talking about Symphony earlier, right?
Right.
Something that's vastly improved in this is knockback. In Symphony, the knockback is awful. Alucard flies back like a good, 5 to 10 feet. Sometimes, depending on how much damage you take, you'll fly back further than you can backdash. Like, that's how far back you fly. You can literally be kicked out of rooms. I think I talked about that last time. Now, admittedly, it's very fashionable. Alucard, drapes his free hand across his forehead. Ugh. Everything he does, very fabulous. And shares and slouch, that's a trophy. But this obviously is not going that route because at some point game designers realized, hey, getting your ass kicked so hard you fly out of the room and have to do it over again kind of sucks. Let's not do that.
Yeah, no, I agree.
I'm also noticing it looks like you have with your different weapons and stuff, you have a wider variety, especially with special moves, of like valid hitboxing.
Mm-hmm.
Like you got kind of a high kick, but you can do a low kick and do some other stuff. In Symphony of the Night, like almost every weapon has the exact same zone of damage.
Oh, really?
Two-handed swords are like you have slightly longer reach, and obviously do more damage.
Oh, shit.
I think some of the rods, you can get a couple, have like a little bit of a downward arc. But for the most part, if you're not lined the fuck up on a guy who's at about shoulder height with you when you strike, or about knee height if you crouch, you don't hit him. You don't hit the hitbox. You don't hit them. And there's no like overhead swinging or anything, so it's a game that's very finicky about its strike zones. This looks like you got a little bit more flexibility about some of that stuff.
Interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, look, you got all kinds of weapons. Yeah, that's a low strike.
I see. Here's a claymore.
I'm gonna guess high-low. The whip.
And let's see here. Short swords. Swords.
See, that claymore, which just popped up on screen for me, is exactly what I wanted out of two-handed swords in Symphony. Like, actual, zones of damage. The short sword is just, that's for frame of reference, that is exactly how using swords in Symphony of the Night was that exact strike zone. And similar when you punch or use, like, a small knife.
Cash
so,
money.
yeah, like, it's obvious that since this game came out, like, I don't know, 15 or 20 years later, some game designing lessons were learned. Oh, you do criticals? Oh, yeah, when I got some free time to play this, which I have plenty of free time. I'm not playing anything right now other than occasionally I poke Saints Row. Which I don't know, that might be a good excuse to talk about why Saints Row is in our thumbnail.
Yeah, go for it. Well,
okay.
we can talk about, we should probably talk about Gamescom as a whole.
Yes, Gamescom happened. There was some stuff there. Is there a good roundup of games?
Yeah, actually, I have looked at almost like nothing for Gamescom, so I'd appreciate if,
let me see if I can
film
grab
in.
a store. So I know for one there were some previews of Elden Ring. I didn't pay super attention to them, but there's a couple of interesting things they've talked about. It looks like their Elden Ring is combining elements of all the From Software games. Like, there's some like minor stealth stuff. There will be like stances and breaking, parrying, etc.
I mean, if it's not all From Software, if they don't have mechs in it, where's my Armored Core, guys? Give.
Lots of people are asking that question. There was apparently a new trailer for Sifu that I don't care about because I'm going to buy that game.
Yeah, no, it's like, you already got me, guys. You don't have to worry.
No.
Rats! Ah!
There was, I think, some Halo Infinite news, but that was mostly to be news that's actually disappointing for us because it was like the game won't launch with co-op. So that's like, well, good thing we're not in a rush to play Halo Infinite.
Mm-hmm.
We got an the actual trailer on the game that was leaked, I believe, around E3 time. Marvel's Midnight Suns, which is a game developed by 2K and Firaxis. So
Really?
it's Marvel XCOM.
Mm.
It's just Marvel XCOM, which sounds cool.
Sounds cool, but also might be a little painful.
Yeah, if Iron Man's whiffing 99%, we're gonna have a problem.
Look at this guy, he's so extra!
We got some new trailers for Horizon Forbidden West.
Oh, did we?
That's coming out February 18th. Gotta remember to beat that game this year.
I mean, I can't talk, I guess. I have a giant helmet on.
We got, like I said, long run of Elden Ring news. Talking about more gameplay and stuff. Oh, got a release date on that. That'll be January 22 of 2022.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, the result of Gamescom is that early 2022 will be great for games. Very big deal stuff. I'm scrolling. We're gonna gotten Super Monkey Ball. That was funny. I'm just like scrolling through like trailers and recaps and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
We got some preview on Death Stranding Director's Cut. It's okay. I'm already there, Kojima.
Already there, my dude.
Speaking, by the way, of games made by people who left development studios because they couldn't make the games they wanted to make anymore. Only, unlike, Mighty Number 9 and Bloodstain, which I believe were kickstarted, Hideo Kojima got to leave and get that big fat Sony check.
Yeah.
But, yeah, so there's a wide variety of interesting previews and stuff coming out for games from Gamescom, some of which are new, some of which are like newer this year, some of which were brand new, and some of which will be coming out early next year. But the big one was there were rumors that Volition was going to be at Gamescom and they were going to announce a Saints Row reboot. I think I mentioned that last week even. Hey, guess what? They did it.
Yeah. Now, I'm going to say
came out.
I'm going to say it right now, I'm excited. I want to play it. It looks grounded, but still seems to have the same kind of campy style that I remember for 3 and 4. Because here's the thing, those are the ones I played. I played 3 and 4. I never played 1 or 2. But
yeah, so I want to preface this before we get into deep dive into like how anybody reacted, how we feel maybe on our own besides just initial ones. I'm with Lucky, by the way. It looks cool. Like I think they did some interesting stuff, and I also started with the 3rd. I would like to point out, while Saints Row has always been a fairly well-received franchise, with critical reception improving over time, though not that the first Saints Row was considered really bad either. Like, it did like 70% usually, I think.
Oh, wow. This is design.
I'm having a hard time taking your cutscenes seriously with you in that stupid
I love this helmet, though.
Great.
Kick.
No, but it's very funny.
Ow!
Compared to, like, we're doing this serious boss shit.
Oh, shit, tentacles. Oh, what are you doing? What are you doing, girl?
Safety hat.
What are you doing? I don't trust it. Okay.
Big forward sweep. Get you out of the area. Down. But yeah, so, while Saints Row has always been pretty well received.
Is this girl nipping
and
it?
all that.
She is.
The games got their most popular and their most best-selling once Saints Row the 3rd came out. This is factual. I double-checked this. Like, the game was doing pretty good, but it did not cross into being one of the best-selling and most popular video game. Well, I don't know about most popular, but one of the best-selling and respected video game franchises of all time until the third. Like that really made or break them when they developed their own identity. It wasn't just budget, slightly campy GTA. And also, to be fair, GTA has usually been pretty campy. I played, all of GTA 5 single player when it came out. God help you, like I've seen so many people play nonsense on GTA Online. You can get a flying DeLorean in GTA Online. GTA is not that serious anymore, kids.
Potion. What's all this other stuff I got?
So yeah, the style that really made or broke Saints Row was in the third.
God damn it.
So the trailer comes out, and people on the internet are yelly.
Very yelly.
It trended on Twitter for a couple of days, off and on. The general consensus, consensus of the complaints was that people were like, "Why the fuck are you using like the OG font? Why aren't you doing a reboot? Why aren't you going back to Saints Row 1?" Which, arguably, if you actually stop and pay attention and don't just go off trailer details like a moron. Seriously, guys, how many times has somebody watched just a trailer, especially an announcement trailer that's cinematic, and then half that shit hasn't been relevant, and some of it has been fake or dummied out? Like, actually do your research, okay?
I'm out of potions.
This applies to everything. Do your research. Learn about things. Formulate opinions dynamically. Yes, obviously, marketing creates trailers for a reason, but like, that's supposed to get you interested for more. You're not supposed to see a trailer and see, all right, clearly this is the worst thing ever. I will not adjust my opinion in any way. No, you're supposed to like, hey, I hated that, or hey, I love that. I want to know more about this. But yeah, the response to the trailer was poor in some circles. I think there was I would have to guess that was probably a vocal minority as for the statistical reasons I pointed out,
Oh, I did it.
So, like, yeah, the general complaint seemed to be that, like,
oh, I got stabbed again.
Who are these punks calling themselves saints that, they don't look right? Well, guess what? It's 2021. They look like the hip youths today. Seriously, they're not that crazy from the kind of stuff you'd find in this sort of scenario. It's been like over 10 years. You can't have people look the same. That's not how fashion works.
No, it's no. They were kind of wild and trendy. Seems to be like a group of friends.
Which, to be fair, that's also how Saints Row characters used to look.
I mean, I'm like, it's I think that's one of the strengths of the Saints Row franchise was you're usually supposed to be in purple, but other than that, you can just kind of go wild. And it was okay.
Yeah, and it's not like I double-checked some fashion choices. It's not like you couldn't be, like, first of all, of various fashions in the... but also, it's not like there weren't funny options. Like, you could get a pirate eye patch in some of the earlier games before even the third. Like, there was some goofy stuff in there. This, honestly, like, look-wise doesn't look that goofy. Like, some people are like, who's this, anime cat face helmet guy? Was this Fortnite? And I'm like...
I mean, those helmets.
I mean, that's
aside from the emoticon breed out. I mean, there's fucking cat ear speakers. There's cat ear motorcycle helmets. It's like those aren't that weird.
Also, if having an emoticon helmet is Fortnite, no, it's not. Fuck you. That's Daft Punk kind of shit.
Yeah.
Like, that's robot rock and stuff in there. That has been an aesthetic for fucking forever. I will fight you. I will not let Fortnite steal things that don't belong to Fortnite. Looking at you, imposter mode. Anyway, we're not here to yell about how Fortnite are creatively bankrupt. Yeah, Deadmau5 is another common one. I do believe there's also some Deadmau5 music in some of the Saints Rows. But yeah, like it's it's not really that weird if you think about it. If you're stuck in the past and you're trying to imagine shit from like, 10, 15 years ago, it's not accurate, but it is accurate to now, right? Like, fashion is always moving. So yeah, there was some people who complained about, oh, it looks like just a bunch of hipster kids.
I hear a lot of people using the Watch Dogs 2's comparison, but when did Watch Dogs 2 come out? I can't remember.
Gosh, that was at least like, was it like 5-ish years ago?
Yeah, I don't think we like necessarily have moved on from that kind of fashion. Kind of the
2016. So
yeah,
right, is that the actual release date? Yeah, 2016 November. So yeah, it's been 5 years.
Yeah, no, I still think we're in that fashion of we got that cool hip slick kind of look, which I think they yeah. So
and to be fair, like I've pulled up like a promo image, like our main character here, he's wearing the the Watch Dogs face mask, but he's just wearing a fucking ball cap and he's got a cool jacket on. He's got some distressed jeans. That's not that weird. There's some guys in suits. That's pretty normal, like yeah. It's just it's how people would dress these days. It's not that freaky, and whatever, are they like trading quips? Yeah, that's pretty normal. And then, like I said, if you actually like listened with your ears, very important quality. And also I guess listened with your eyes. I don't know. This was a text article I read, but like there was some interesting commentary on like what the game's actually going to be like, because it basically seems like how I interpret some of the articles, the graphical style and the engine and stuff like that is going to be modeled more strongly on how Saints Row the Third and Saints Row 4 were. The actual like narrative and gameplay points and purposes and some of the subsystems will be more like the first two games, where it's more about like building territory and gang presence, growing your empire, etc., in an all new location kind of thing, right?
Yeah, from what I understand, that's what the story is you're a gang of friends who decided to get on this gang of crime life to carve their own niche in the city for whatever reason.
And this time the setting is in a kind of southwest looking city. Oh, somewhere in like desert California or like a Nevada kind of thing, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yeah, I think Saints Row is a little extra over the top because that's their identity.
Yeah, like if Saints Row wasn't the over the top, it would just be just a straight GTA clone.
And like, okay, guys, I'm gonna be real with you. It's the year 2021. I admit I've never had my my thumb on the pulse of like the. Oh my god! Wow.
What?
Sorry, I'm like trying to just find the image of these core characters, and I'm just like, wow, Kotaku is just doubling down on clickbait nonsense. They have an article that was like, now that Saints Row could spell the death of silly games. I don't think so. Have you watched the trailer? It's not that serious. This is the thing that came out later. In addition to talking about gameplay, Volition said that the game, this was how I believe it was another Kotaku article phrased it, the game would not be as edgy as SR3 and 4 were.
Mm-hmm.
That I think is fair. It's been about 10 years, guys. The 2010 and 2011-ish era when those games started coming out, that was peak edgy comedy, right?
Yeah.
And then I think as a society, we kind of got over that a little. You got to be a little more careful with some of your jokes because we realize that there's a diversity of people out there who have a diversity of feelings. And, like, yeah. You can be funny, you can be absurd, but you can do that without necessarily doubling down on, jokes that make people kind of go, oh my gosh, no, you didn't say that, cringe.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I interpreted Volition's statement as, is like, listen, okay, we understand it's been like, it's been a long time since we made some games. Some of the jokes in some of our older games aren't funny anymore. We're going to try and avoid making the exact same jokes we would have made 10 years ago.
Yeah.
But some people interpreted this the other way, causing a second wave of internet anger when they were like, oh, so you keep with the silly art style, but you aren't even going to be edgy anymore? What the fuck is your problem? This is the worst. And I'm like, oh my god, guys, you don't know anything about the game. Also, Kotaku wrote it that way. Why would you believe them? They're not a bastion of journalistic integrity. I said it. They're not. Listen, I have no hard feelings for some of their writers who it sounds like their editing staff just takes their fucking work while it's still in draft phase and rushes it out because they need the clicks. But, like, damn, dude. They're not a bastion of integrity. A lot of honestly, a lot of web journalism sites these days aren't. There's a whole... like, open out there. But yeah, no, like I'm looking at, I got the art designs pulled up right now. You know, okay, we've got some, you know, slicked hairstyles. That's pretty normal. One guy's just literally not wearing a shirt. He's just got headphones and like some jeans. Okay.
I mean, yeah, that's kind of how it is.
I, you know, would not normally rock that look, but
I mean, if I had that svelte kind of build, I would be like, yeah, check me out. I'm hot. Fuck.
yeah, I have sensitive skin, so I like burn easily and get itchy. So I like usually don't go shirtless. But if I looked good shirtless, I might try it.
Yeah.
Also, if they're in the middle of the desert and it's hot,
oh, thank God.
funny story about that. Last night I was so hot and sweaty after we recorded Let's Talk FGO. I did in fact edit the audio shirtless in this sweat box. I was just like, oh my God, and I didn't mind at all, which is unusual for me. Like, that's how hot I was. I had to take off my shirt, like, cool off, down on some lights, get some fans. But there's one lady with like a large belt buckle, some distressed jeans, and she's got a jacket with a hoodie over a purple T-shirt that has a phrase on it. I think it's a Friendly Fire T-shirt. That's 100% Saints Row. That's normal.
That's normal, yeah.
There's the guy who's wearing like, you know, a weird quirky suit jacket. I think he's got some flowers, or maybe like some pineapple leaves on it. They could be weed leaves, but they don't look like it. It's like green and purple. That's also not that weird. You know, he's got his nerd glasses on. And a bow tie. That's a style now. Like, that's a certain type of ironic fashion.
Mm-hmm.
And then the last chick in this image is just, she's got glasses. She's wearing like, kind of like, you know, jogging pants or sweatpants that are in kind of like an urban camo, and she's got a long sleeve T-shirt with a red scorpion on it. Yeah, that's all normal. What's wrong with? I literally, like, this is one of those things I literally don't understand. What's wrong with this picture? Maybe I'm out of touch, but I would rather. I think actually that the people who complain about it are actually out of touch. They don't realize how things is.
I'll grow some rice. I fucking love rice. But no, this is just something I've noticed. It's just, I don't think, like, there was like, when I first, like, saw the trailer, I was excited, and then, you know, I started looking to what other people were thinking, and it's just, I just found people just, it's like, this wasn't a hashtag that was used, but they were just basically repping not my Saints Row, just everyone, and knowing, like, everyone just had, like, little nitpicks over every little fucking thing. I'm just like, guys, the game just had a single fucking trailer. Why are you acting like it's slaying your firstborn child?
Yeah. Like, and I've seen some people come up with some like, oh, isn't it weird that, like, at that day to rep this new release, Epic put the Saints Row the 3rd remaster on the game store for free? I'm like, no, not really. That's just brand recognition. It also, I think, serves as an emphasis where if for some reason you think that this Saints Row isn't your Saints Row, you can still get your old ass Saints Rows. Just saying.
And
but yes,
honestly,
that was definitely an emphasis, that not my Saints Row thing.
Yeah, no, and like I think I had a semi-spicy tweet about this. How did I put it? Developer. Oh yeah, I remember. Developer puts out tries new things with established franchise. Basically, people's reaction are, why didn't they keep it the same? How dare you? I fucking hate this. But then developer tries to do the same thing with an established franchise. Same people are all like, oh my God, they're just doing the same thing over and over again. I hate this. It's just like, fuck.
Yeah, it's one of those classic no-win problems. You know, where, like, what could they do?
I don't know. Just not make one.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, no, I need to go.
But, like, then you run into the problem we just talked about earlier with games like Castlevania and Mega Man, where your franchises go to die. Like, they don't even fucking acknowledge you other than every 5 years they occasionally re-release an old game, you know? And as always, like, we've seen both ends of this, right? Like, we've seen shit like, you know, No Man's Sky, Cyberpunk. People see those couple of trailers, they hear the devs talk about their ambitions, and they're like, oh my God, this is the best thing ever. And then when it's not, they're like, what the fuck, you lied to me? And then we see the reverse, you know? A trailer comes out and people don't like it for some reason. They're like, hey, this isn't what I wanted, personally. And then, you know what? Guess what, motherfucker? Maybe it's not for you. Things can be not for you. It's okay. I think this is my reply to you. I was like, yeah, it's almost like people want everything to be for them, but it's physically impossible for something to be for everybody, and nobody can accept this because they're just whiny little babies. Because that's really how it is. Like, yeah, there's shit that's not for me. there's all kinds of stuff that I've never been able to get into and don't like and just never understand. That's across all like forms of media and shit. There are genres of music I don't follow. I just talked about how I've being incredibly white and suburban. No, I have never been really deep into the hip hop and the rap scene. And I know that hasn't stopped some other white suburban kids, but no, that's not how I roll. Like, there are, video games that I don't follow. I was never really able to get super into, like, the classic, like, Demon Souls or Dark Souls stuff back in the day. I like Bloodborne, but it's very stressful, I'm interested to see kind of what they do with Elden Ring, but that also might not be for me. Do you see me out here bitching? Oh my god, I can't believe FromSoft produced another game in a style that is something they've made their name on over the past, 20 years and is wildly popular? No. They're doing them. They're doing their stuff. They're having fun. They're doing things. Hopefully they do some new stuff, They flex their creative muscles, but otherwise,
I gotta remember I backstep on it. Just... Ow.
Those bullet shake guys are very big.
They're New Hollands. They're swinging around their head, apparently.
Head them. I am watching Tiny Preview. But like, yeah, somebody said in chat, when release day comes early next year, we'll see what's up. I'm interested because I've only ever played newer Saints Rows, and like, I mean, I've been replaying the third. I don't really remember like anything being like too cringy, really, but I also haven't played it a lot. I could expect there could be some jokes that are like no longer as cool. I probably won't notice though, because I'll be too busy, jamming out or doing something ludicrous. But like, also like, yeah, it's really, really over the top. The game starts with you doing a bank robbery with like a shallow XP of Tom Cruise, who's gonna star in a movie about you because that's how like corporate and branded you are. And
Oh, I mastered it. Okay. So actually, what does mastering do?
What does?
Journal, flashing air kick, techniques, personal data. Oh, personal data. I love stat tracking.
Yeah, it's always fun when you can learn about stuff. But
Terms?
like,
mastering techniques. As you repeatedly defeat enemies with the same technique, you gain mastery of that. Once it's fully mastered, you can use that type of tech with any weapon of the same type. Oh,
so yeah, so it sounds like a lot of weapons will have built-in tech, and then that
okay.
build up that style.
Oh,
okay, that's cool.
Wait, hang on, because because apparently you can only use this move with the kung fu shoes or the dragon shoes. But I'm guessing there's more than just those fucking shoe attacks.
Yes,
shoe weapons.
There,
so.
It did say now that you've got mastery, the category is shoes. So now any kind of shoe weapons will have this. That's cool.
Neat.
That's good. Lets you build up, like in those RPG elements. But yeah, like the Saints Row the Third is really over the top, and then the fourth is just like literally, hey, we were gonna do a DLC about something, and then we didn't, and we decided to just make that into a new game plotline with like characters and stuff, and do weird shit and go ape shit. Like literally, you can get like crazy superpowers and stuff in that one because it's a really, really the DLC started as a really, really outdated reference to the Matrix, which is probably why they didn't go with it. And then it became Saints Row 4. Using Hadaway's "What Is Love" as the iconic song. But like, yeah, this looks like it is still kind of over the top. Like, you can't shake that feeling, but like,
I mean,
if they're just saying that they're not gonna be like, they're changing maybe the tone of their humor a little, that's fine.
I mean, I thought
like,
it was
they're gonna be a little more grounded.
I mean, I thought it was. It's like, I mean, like thinking about it, like it's one scene, like they stole the Cadillac and they're driving it backwards across a building where they getting chased by gang members, and then the character who I'm assuming is the boss, just opens up a fucking fucking roach coat with a fucking minigun and just lays into him. Just like, what? It's still a bit ridiculous. I'm just like, no, okay, but this is because kind of
and that's why like people were initially turned off. They're like, what is this? This is too ludicrous. This isn't my grounded, gritty Saints Row, which is the thing I was gonna bring up. I don't know if we can make video games which like glorify being a like a poor person in poverty who joins a gang and like that kind of stuff, right?
Yeah,
like I don't know if that's a fun experience because that's not a fun experience for most people.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's like I know gangster rap was very popular in the past and that's how a lot of those guys came up, but I don't know if that's like where we're at as a society right now. But then like the funny thing is, right, like you see the trailer and there were some gameplay previews, you know. They apparently are working on like really rebalancing vehicular combat, like whether you're driving or shooting from a vehicle. They wanted to make sure to keep in or add a lot of verticality, which makes sense. Saints Row the 4 had a lot of like jumping, gliding, etc., sprinting. You can parachute since the 3rd, at least I know, because like I said, those are the ones I've played. So like they're keeping some of that like vertical action. You know, there'll probably be like ramps and stuff, so you can like jump cars onto small building roofs and shit, that kind of stuff.
Jeez.
Maybe some fun overpass stuff, you know.
Oh.
So like it's not going to be a Squaresville game just because they say that they're quote unquote not being edgy. But also it's probably not going to be as like extremely over the top as they used to be. They did confirm customizable character creator still, which is great.
Mm-hmm.
Always a lot of fun. We'll see if the sex appeal slider comes back.
There's a lot of people who come out.
Hey, you got a quest.
Dual hammers, guaranteed me sound knocks part. Okay. I know where some dual hammers are, so I'll go punch those next. This woman just keeps yelling, "Kill them all!"
She's very upset about monsters. But yeah, I don't even know if I'm really like. Well, I was a little annoyed by how people reacted so like violently to the Saints Row trailer, but I'm not really pissed off about it anymore. But like, I was not pissed off by that. I'm interested in the game. Like he started. This looks neat. I literally just bought while it was on sale the 3rd remaster, and have been playing it off and on. You know.
What are you looking for? You are looking for a Brigadine. Do I have a Brigadine on me?
I'm going to step away for a second to mutter about stuff. Turn on my lights. Very dark in here right now.
Very dark. Oh wait, no, I gotta go to equipment. I'm dumb. I do not have a Brigadine, so now I gotta go find one. Or buy one. I'll go explore a bit. So... yeah, okay.
Okay, come back. Tried to just have
bat!
the window open, but the sun is setting, so... Yep, those are Castlevania-type bats. Just getting up all in your grill.
What was that? Gun! Oh, hey. Ammo up. I appreciate that. What is this?
Yeah, what capacity?
Oh, is it a fucking warp room?
That's another classic. Yeah, it probably that seems like that's probably a warp site for when you go later. Backtrack, all that fun stuff.
Yep. So it's right next to my base? Question mark. Oh, I need to go punch the New Hollands. Fuck. I'm going the wrong direction. Retreat.
That's something that is very common in Castlevania, but that I know that Symphony did not have. Is like there's not like a. You start by just jumping into the castle and it closes up, so you can't really like talk to anybody. The only shop is you can go to the library and talk to the librarian and sell him gems and buy stuff from him.
Cheese! I love cheese. I don't know if I really do want cheese, though, that a giant demon rat drop, though. That seems very non-hygienic.
Yeah. But all right. Is there anything else really like about video game news or Gamescom? I think we've rambled pretty hardcore about the Saints Row thing. We've talked about the.
Oh man, got a bunch of stuff there.
It's enough for the thumbnail.
Mm-hmm. There's one down here. There you are. Beat you with your own head. Ah! Oh, shark. That's right.
Also, allegedly, we do have the leaks for next week's PS Plus.
Oh, do we?
Yeah. According to a French site who's gotten some leaks before, the PS5 game will be Overcooked All You Can Eat. I believe that's the big boy new version. PS4, then you're gonna get access to Hitman 2 on the PS4 and Predator Hunting Grounds, which is all right.
I'm not necessarily sold on any of those, so okay. It'll give me less to play, I guess.
Yeah.
Stabs. More head flail. Oh, okay, I think that's all of them. I don't know.
I'm seeing a lot of mixed response on that angle. Like, some people are like, "Oh, Overcooked is cool, but I already own it. It's on like 5 platforms." And then the back and forth, like, Overcooked seems neat. We'll see how it shakes out. It also could not be true, you know.
That's true.
It's a hypothetical leap.
I need to go this way.
I think my personal gaming plans for next month, other than occasionally play Sekiro, are I need to
See your shit.
get back to doing a little more work in Andromeda. I haven't played a lot of Andromeda lately. The game's okay. I just kind of feel like it feels a little unfocused. Like it's got the whole back to the big exploration kick on it, right? And it just feels kind of like, wow, it's big and everywhere, and there's a lot of stuff to do. There's so many graphics for things that don't have any purpose. It's kind of overwhelming, so I just kind of dropped off a little bit after doing like a lot of the intro stuff. But I could get back to it too. But other than that, I do think I need to pick up. I've been eyeballing Skyward Sword. I should pick up the Skyward Sword remake, remaster, whatever. I mean, actually, honestly, it probably counts almost as a remake. They did completely overhaul some of the control schemes, so you could play it on not a Wii.
Yeah.
I would say that's like a soft remake, right? Like if you wildly rebuild the control scheme.
Yeah, I can say that, yeah. Wait, what was that? What?
Level up.
Did I just...
Critical? Did you do like a special move with the whip?
I think I did, because I just saw a tornado come up, and I'm just like...
Does your whip like have an elemental damage type?
Yeah, no, there it is. Critical swing. Where'd that fucking come from?
Well, you did just do a crit. Maybe you only,
Oh, maybe
it's like hidden.
Oh, maybe. Well, I guess I'll work on that then. Cool. So
That's always good when games have just not necessary gameplay elements, but have lots of little things for you to figure out. That
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, like, I'm digging this so far, so I finished that one.
I think the problem with gameplay systems and whatever comes up with, like when you have too many mandatory things, right?
Oh, yeah.
Where the game wants you to learn too much stuff. But if you have lots of little optional details you can poke.
Garmitsa, Sabinok. I need a Brigadine. But that would give me the pizza, and that would be cool.
But yeah, so like that's my gaming plans for the near future. Like, obviously, and I may or may not check out Bloodstained. And yes, I want to reassure people, you are a follower of the Uncharted. We are not stopping it. We'll eventually go to 4. We take a little off.
She wants pizza.
Let's see, what should we talk about next?
Cannot buy a Brigadine. I really don't think I've necessarily done anything that fancy or special this week, I want to say. Scooter's still broken, still playing games. I'm slowly working on getting platinum trophies for the base Uncharted games because I like those games and I want to represent that materially, or digitally, I guess, in this case, because trophies are not actually physically representative.
True.
But I do like having giant E-penis. And Brigadines aren't here either. Okay. Oh, more rings.
I mean, we talked a little bit on the stream, but now that I've done the original trilogy, we could have probably a deeper dive on Uncharted.
Yeah.
Uncharted is pretty fun. I like the games. I do think that there are some aspects get more polished as we go through. Like, stealth obviously gets way more polished. Melee combat goes through some ups and downs. Like, I feel like in 2 they went out of their way to make melee combat shittier. Like, they made it work on less enemies and in general, like, almost be like more of a punishment sometimes. Like, it was mostly like an emergency for like, oh, well, you didn't stealth kill that guy, so now you have to punch him before his friends show up. In 3, they go way back the other way and are like, now that punching dudes is cool. This is a pulp story. You should be able to just punch guys. And they add a lot more like cool environmental aspects, which we both have talked about really liking. The fish kill is great. Just grabbing a giant fish in a marketplace and slapping a motherfucker with it, and then he's done. He's knocked out. I feel like gunplay was one of those things that they never like super went out of their way to polish. They did keep adding a variety of new weapons and stuff, and like doing better differentiation.
Actually, now that I think about it, I think you're right. I don't think they actually did anything to change the gunplay mechanics like at all.
No, I feel like different areas of different games have emphasized whether like, okay, here you should be hiding in cover and crouching. Here, clearly, you should run around in circles like a madman, just screaming and shooting. You know, because you can always run and gun, but depending on what the environment is like.
Why? They clip. Hang on.
Great,
yeah.
I love it.
I can just have Elfears. I love it.
Great, this game's great. It's cool.
Hello.
But yeah, like sometimes you can always have the option to run and gun, but sometimes if you're like not in cover, you're gonna get murdered. So you gotta like do cover to cover. I do think that all of the games have slight problems of, you know, I've kind of talked about it where like clearly Naughty Dog is like, shit, we need to stall between set pieces. Fuck, you know, like. They need a narrative excuse for Nathan Drake to, like, not immediately move to the next zone or, like, have a reason why he's moving between zones. And they're like, fucking whatever, action. This is different, by the way, from some action set pieces which just don't have any purpose. There are a couple of those in 3, for instance, with the boat graveyard and then the cruise ship. The cruise ship bits are mostly okay. Some of them are kind of annoying.
Like, honestly, like, now that I watch you play, I agree, like, the graveyard bit was the need. If they had just left the cruise ship in, I think that'd have been fine.
Yeah, I talked about that. Like, if they'd just been like, oh, well, you're not cooperative. Well, we're going to take you out to sea, Mr. Drake. Haha. We've got your friend in another room. What will you do? Because like, you don't walk over like half that fucking ship. You board on the back and you leave on the back. Like, you never go to the front. You don't see like the bridge or anything. You don't really go into many of the rooms. You check out the ballroom as a cool set piece, and then you go in the hold as another cool set piece, and then it floods. You know, and you kind of like backtrack your way. Like. There is a lot of unused space that they could have.
Oh, Jesus, fish. Fuck you, fish.
Watch out for fishermen.
This fish is nothing but eyes.
What's your swimming state in this game? Can you swim?
This is the most jank swim animation I've ever seen in my goddamn life.
Oh, yeah, you can kind of tread water. Okay. That's an important quality. I believe in early Castlevania games, you just straight up die if you fall in water. And in Symphony of the Night, until you get a holy snorkel, Alucard slowly loses HP when he's submerged in water.
Oh shit, what's this?
He's a vampire.
Va Ishka, fling a sharp sliver of ice towards enemies.
Ooh, we learned ice.
So is that directional? No, it's it's a conjure. I can't do it right now. Oh, okay. Oh, it's a forward and back. Okay, cool. So it goes. Okay, interesting. I still like my New Holland head though. Just big swing energy.
Pretty fun. Looks like there's a lot of them.
Yeah.
This game looks good.
I guess I can go. I guess at some point I can dive, but that time is not now.
Okay, so yeah, it does that. It's that kind of swimming mechanic. You can't deliberately choose to go up and down in water. You just float to the surface. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, you will probably backtrack and go to that bottom later.
Yeah.
And other areas for some stuff. That's cool. But yeah, so like I said, I think there are some moments where like Uncharted, the developers like assume that difficulty is tension, and they're like, this scene needs to be really tense. Let's ramp it up. Let's throw lots of bullshit at you. Like a couple parts of that sandstorm fight. Like yeah, Lucky, you really turned me onto this idea. Like there are a lot of sections in 3 where stealth is bullshit.
Yes.
Like, they start you sneaking, you're not allowed to sneak, and I'm like, why though? And also, it's usually a really tough fight if you break sneaking. Like, it's... Okay, it's cool, but, like, what are we supposed to do? There's not fully fleshed out stealth mechanics. It's mostly just, don't break the sight line, sneak up behind guys. If you accidentally punch too soon, they can hear you punching, I guess, and they fuck your shit up.
What was this?
Like, Machine Gun Guy, I don't know how many more tries that section would have taken me if I hadn't gotten really lucky with a grenade toss one time, right?
Oh, yeah.
Like, and...
Oh, and it gave me a baseline.
That's not really... okay, this like the sandstorm effect is cool, but you don't actually get to stealth through that section, and the enemies still find you anyway because that's how their AI is. And you know, like I said, these games are a little bit older. They're like 2 generations old now at this point. So like,
Yeah, no, I still
yeah,
think
okay.
I still think it's crazy, like, just how dead on fucking enemies would be, though. Like,
Yeah, like you can program enemies to be shittier. Like they have like vision limits. You couldn't like half their vision range because like I know in the games when the enemies lose sight of you, they can lose track of you if you don't pop up back up where they saw you, right?
right?
Like,
Yeah, no, but like,
if you would just program that to be distance based in the sandstorm, that would have been interesting. But no, those
Nope.
motherfuckers have their Drake radar on,
and they will just charge through because just charge through that sand at you, just and it's like, god damn.
and not quite as much in that segment, but yeah, also with the armor guy in that segment, I think as well, that big boy, our new mutant kind of enemy. But also especially in the next segment with the trucks, like those wandering enemies, they have like back sense, like they know where your fucking back is, and they will home in on it, and get up in your blind spot. And I'm just like, oh, okay, like I get that obviously tactically enemies want to circle cover, like. Okay, I'm literally pinned by like an APC with a machine gun. So enemies are going to use that cover fire to circle around. But like, why do they literally circle to my blind spot and then sneak in the zone I can't see because I'm like trying to figure out where the RPG in front of me is and where this truck I can't see is shooting at me, and then put a shotgun in my back?
I am willing to put money that these are the fucking developers.
I would bet that seems like that's a good idea. Some developer cameos. But yeah, like, so aspects of like the gun stuff is a little unpolished. I actually think the supernatural stuff in 3, like for the enemies anyway, is handled very well. Like those Jin guys aren't explained; they're just like guys who live twice basically, and they can kind of teleport around. You can still punch them, just sometimes they'll break out of it, hurt you a little bit. You know, they can move around. Occasionally, they throw fire at you instead of like throwing grenades. You can throw back. The throwback mechanic in is chef's kiss, by the way. So sad it doesn't exist in, like, it took them 3 games to come up with that. 'Cause it's so useful for just not dealing with grenades. If you're close enough, you can get your timing right to be like, nah. You don't hit a lot of guys throwing back, but it's still pretty good. Looks like you got the crafting materials or loot of some.
Yeah, I know, but I got a bag here that just landed on this weird location. Oh, it's gone now, but
It's probably just money. That's an interesting, like, spatial thing. Maybe that's, like, a thing you can create walls or
maybe.
That's always something you never know with these kind of, like, Metroidvania games. It's like, okay, obviously at some point you'll probably learn how to double jump. You can probably figure out how to dive later, but, like, other shit, like, maybe you can cling to walls and ceilings, you know? Never know.
Thousand Blossoms. Okay.
But yeah, so, like...
Ow, fuck.
There are mechanical segments that are new and fresh in every game, and they advance stuff. I do kind of feel like, and I'm actually, from what I remember of how 4 is like, I do actually think that 4 does actually do some different things dynamically, with like plot structure. I do kind of feel like maybe it was a good idea for them to take a break after 3 and do something else, because when you look at them all 3 games are very samey plot-wise, right?
Yeah.
Like, Nathan Drake gets roped into a scheme to make fantastical amounts of money. Halfway through, you know, in the middle of Act 2, when shit gets serious, he realizes he doesn't actually give a shit about money, and things are getting way over his head, and he can't stop. But somebody important in his life tells him that some character he has a connection with, you know, usually an NPC you've been following, at least for all of that game, if not all of the several games preceding it. Acts as an impetus to keep you in the adventure, and then you go all the way through the second act climax, and the third act bit is just usually you've been captured or suckered by the bad guys into doing the ultimate thing anyway, because the enemy is always right behind you or even ahead of you. Which, to be fair, that's how Indiana Jones and the Raiders of the Lost Ark works. The Nazis actually, get the thing and beat Indy to it. And then they're undone by their own hubris. Which is also what happens to every single Uncharted villain.
Yep.
All of them always open the Ark of the Covenant and get their faces melted, metaphorically. So, like, yeah, there are a lot of samey beats. The plot structures are very similar. There are new characters every game, but their involvement kind of, like, waffles back and forth. Like, like what they did, I think with Chloe was pretty good. Like she obviously, you know, came back in 3 as just being firmly on your side. In 2, you kind of have that back and forth, you're together, but not complex thing going on there. I feel like 2 had some really weird writing beats where they tried to like subvert your expectations and be like, hey, this isn't Uncharted 1, and then it's just Uncharted 1 again. Like the magical treasure isn't what you're expecting. The bad guy, I mean, the bad guy is a more direct confrontation, but he's still just an asshole you beat up and leave to his own devices.
Ew. Ah!
Like they tried to do that weird stuff with like Flynn. And, like, it's not a movie, mate. You know, like, I'm like, what? What? It doesn't mean anything. Why are you? You're just an asshole. You're an asshole, and I don't get closure on you. Which, that's its own, like, narrative technique. Like, deliberately avoiding closure, right, is, like, an actual technique of anti-closure. Yuchi, what the fuck are you saying to me? Sorry, the light stayed green, but it said no data for, like, 5 seconds. Oh. By the way, the stream preview was uninterrupted. It is back to excellent, but, like, I don't understand at all. Hopefully you guys didn't experience any interruption.
Oh, okay, nothing happened. Okay.
It's really weird though. I'm like, YouTube, what the fuck are you saying to me? You've got a green light and no data. That's not how this works. I've done a scuffed stream. But yeah, like, and I think
man, we're getting weird
kind
shit now.
of,
Fuck. Let's see. This is fuck. Okay. I'm gonna have to get one of those weapons though. Son of a bitch.
So that's down, rotate, and slam forward. Yeah, you're getting the more complex shit. So someday you'll be doing, you know, full half circles.
Oh, thank God, a saver.
You always love to see it. But yeah, like I think 3 kind of went to a return to form. You know, you understand much more of the villains. Well, one of the villains, right? Like you understand what Marlowe is about. Her reasons seem petty because mostly it just seems like she's here just because Nathan Drake stole a thing she wanted when he was a tiny baby child and she's still mad about it. But like there's still that personal relationship, right? Like you can also argue that like she's going for revenge by proxy with Sully, who clearly was like a business partner of hers and then was like, hey lady, you hit kids, that's not okay, I'm Sully. I'm gonna become this orphan child's adoptive father figure. Tell him how to do crimes and shit. Bye. Sully out. Cigar. Like, so yeah, there's a lot of that deeper connection between the characters and the back and forth. I don't know what the fuck Talbot does. He just exists to be Marlowe's evil Nathan Drake. Right?
I honestly, I think that's what it is, because I kind of feel like Flynn was supposed to kind of be the nega Drake, but he came off just kind of as a twonk. For lack of a better word.
He was. The problem with Flynn was just he was just horrifically incompetent.
Yeah.
You know, like literally, he was always a step behind you. Every single time you ran into him, he was struggling, and like, well, by the time we get to the confrontation with the big bad, you and me are both literally making the joke like, "Hey, LeVarvaBarb, when are you going to offer me his job? Because this guy can't do shit. He's awful at this. We have been schooling you across Asia."
At some point, I do like that Lazarevich was like, I should have hired this guy in the first place, but we're like, yeah.
And the only reason why he doesn't is because he's too much of, you know, the scary bad boss to, like, actually show you mercy. Be like, I want to give you a job. That is an interesting thing that I feel like Uncharted kind of missed out on a lot of, is at no point do I feel like any of the antagonists seriously tried to tempt Drake to their side. Like, it's all, like, nobody ever is like, oh, yes, Nathan Drake, famous treasure hunter. You were clearly competent to be here. Hey, what do you say? I'll give you 10% if you just join my evil organization and go with this. And Drake can be like, no, that's not what I'm about. Like, it's all just like, Nathan Drake. Hate to see you. I'm going to shoot you in the guts. Okay, thanks, bye. Like, that's it. Everybody is always trying to, like, murder you or scare you off. At no point do they think, hey, you clearly know what the fuck you're doing. Get in here. Like, Lazarevich only does it as a form of intimidation, where he's like, well, clearly this is the competent one, therefore I will threaten him and his girlfriends until he does what I want, because my archaeologist is fucking stupid. But I won't shoot him for some reason. Until the very end of the game, and then he does the thing with the grenade. I still don't That's one of those beats where I'm just like, I don't get it, writers. I don't get what you were going for. Were you trying just to like make it an anticlimax? It worked, but that doesn't get anything out of it. I don't like feel like a deeper connection to the narrative. I just feel like, man, Flynn was kind of weird. There is also, you and I both talked about this a lot with 3, but it's present in all games. There is a little bit of a weird disconnect. Like, there's a major cutscene gameplay power differential.
Oh, yeah.
Like, in gameplay, you are forced to murder dozens of dudes all the time. You know, the kind of shit where, like, literally in Metal Gear Solid 4, if you kill that many guys, Old Snake will have a flashback to Liquid yelling about you, enjoying all the killing, and puke. Like, that kind of shit.
Oh, yeah.
Which, obviously, Hideo Kojima is telling a very different story than the writing team behind Uncharted, Amy Hennig and all that. But, like, no, like, that's the thing. You've killed a lot of dudes, okay? But when it comes to cutscenes, Drake is never ready to, like, throw down and pop caps unless the situation is desperate, like they are directly threatening your friends and allies. Never mind if, like, 2 chapters ago they tried to kill your friends and allies. If they're not actively pointing a gun at your friends and allies right now, Drake will always be like, I could shoot them. Or I could just be like, hey, neener, I'm going to go do the next section without you kicking by. You know, you don't proactively engage in violence in cutscenes, even though you do it all the time in gameplay. And it's just one of those things that's like, it's what the kids these days call ludonarrative dissonance.
Yep.
The gameplay has a departure from the storytelling. And if you just accept that that's part of the movie ethos, right? Like, because let's be real, action movies are like that sometimes. Like, your character will be like a sensitive good guy in cutscenes with like important characters. But did you just shoot a fat demon ball?
Yeah, I just shot a demon pig. Yes.
Sick.
I was actually, what was this other one? So that's the directional one, but I haven't. Yeah, summon Plume Parma, which is a monster. But let me go back to Flame Cannon here. And then I got summon Gearmud. So let me see what this one is.
But like,
yeah, no,
that happens all the time in action movies. Like I said, you'll have your sensitive heroic protagonist who can't do all that stuff, and then when it comes time to do the action scene, he'll gun down 100 dudes in a warehouse or whatever, punch 50 dudes. But when it's dramatic, it's dramatic. When it's not dramatic, it's just an action set. But it's still a little like literally in the climax of 3, we see them raising the fucking brass vessel that's never explained. And I will agree with you, Lucky. You had this comment to some people in the chat. Several people in our chat have tried to be like, oh yeah, later they said it was, the El Dorado man was a spooky virus, or there's like some kind of unknown hallucinogen in the drum. Nah, it doesn't count. That's bullshit. That's fake. Death of the author.
Yeah.
If it's not textual to the work, it doesn't count. You can say that was what your idea was, but if you didn't bother to put it in your fucking story, it doesn't matter. You can't. You should not go back and offer post facto exposition because you either forgot or didn't make it fit as to why something happened.
What's that?
The developers and the writers of Uncharted don't care why the thing does the thing. That's how Pulp Explorer action adventures work. You don't care what the brass vessel does. You're just like, the brass vessel is bad. It's evil. It's hallucinating. Great twist, by the way. The supernatural shit is literally in your mind. That was actually, like, I'll say, that was a good twist, right?
Yeah.
Like, that was a good subversion. Like, before, the supernatural stuff was very literal. Like, no, there was, like, a literal weird mutant virus in this mummy coffin that makes people Nazi zombie vampires, which is not natural, by the way. You can say that that's a virus. That's not how viruses work.
Apparently, I need to get an ability that lets me have a giant hand so I can push these. Righto. Let's move on.
Yeah, it's highlighted. That's cool. Got, like a coach guy to take you someplace pleasant. But like, and then in 2, it's like, oh, the Chintamani stone is actually like a giant thing of the exploding tree sap we found all the time. It gives you like superhuman strength and makes you super buff. And they're like, okay, that's normal. It's not normal. It's super. Well, it's preternatural. But they do kind of fake you out where you're like, is it literally Yetis? No, it's a costume. But those guys are also super buff. And like even then the final boss becomes supernatural in a really annoying way that I hate. But like it's an interesting play on things. In 3, they're just like, oh no, the shit you thought was real and supernatural, like they're all their magic and stuff and whatever, it's just literal street magic, sleight of hand, and like drugs. Like shit you think is supernatural is just you're high as balls. You know, Charlie freaks out because of you know, post-hypnotic suggestion and stuff, Serpent on the Rainbow type shit, and that's why you see flaming head guys. So like that's interesting. What's in the actually, and yeah, this is I remember because I watched this trope talk later. This is something that Red actually calls out in her trope talks on MacGuffins, because that's what you're after in Uncharted. You're after MacGuffins. Yep. What are they? Doesn't fucking matter. As the point where I talked about the plots are archetypal, it doesn't matter whether you're after the brass vessel of Solomon or the Chintamani stone or the spiders are real, and that's also bullshit. But that's very underplayed, right? Like the spiders are actually super fucking natural. That's not how spiders work. But they're like introduced way earlier and a persistent factor, and don't show up anywhere, by the way, in the actual Iram of the Pillars. There's no spiders. What was with the spiders? Still don't know. Don't want to know. But like that's the real supernatural element, I think, in Uncharted 3, and it's just very subtle. And I think Uncharted 4 is like even less about the supernatural. Like you keep waiting for like a supernatural twist, but it's much more about like, yeah, no, sometimes people are just fucked up and weird.
Yeah, because if I remember correctly, 4 is about finding Libertalia, which is the pirate kingdom.
Yes. And finding lost pirate treasure.
Which is, you know, the classic.
Yeah. And if I remember rightly, it does involve many elaborate puzzles and shenanigans and other whatnot. But like, yeah, like it's even less like we need supernatural stuff to happen. But you know, there's the things in the Uncharted games are classical MacGuffins. They could be literally anything. They are just a shiny thing that was wanted for the plot. Yes, hypothetically they could have used it, right?
Wait, I found a fried egg in the wall. Oh, we have returned to wall chicken.
Nice. Love finding a pot roast in a wall. But yes, the one guy in 1 wants to sell the El Dorado to make bioweapons, I guess. Or in 2, you know, Lazargavarg wants to eat the sweet sap goo and become, you know, swole. And he does, actually. He eats the sap goo and does become swole. And he doesn't even do the thing I thought he was. Like, his death is only slightly ironic. He really should have bursted into flames, but I guess that might have been gross. Seriously, why don't... The sap is fucking incendiary. Why do none of these guys explode ever? Some of them throw it at you as a weapon, but no, anyway. Missed opportunity, Uncharted. I mean, like there's like 4 Uncharted games. I'm pretty sure. Well, it's actually technically Lost Legacy 5. That'll be another future thing, maybe. But like, nobody's face is melted. The snooty bad guy in 1 kind of does like a face thing when he gets the virus in his face, even though that's also probably not how viruses work. But yeah, it's really interesting to see them like take this classic MacGuffin thing and like when you think about it too hard, you're like, did it really matter what it was? No, but that's not what the games are about, right? The games are about the action set pieces. I was talking about this earlier. They're about putting you in interesting and weird, you know, adventure movie locales, giving you some platforming or some puzzles or some shooting to do. Some of these things are more involved and cooler than the others. Like I tend to think that platforming and puzzling aspects are way more interesting and dynamic than the shooting people aspects. Some of the shooting segments are actually pretty cool.
Knife boot. I love it.
Yeah, but to say, you have a knife boot?
Yeah, they have a little bit of clipping in the boot, but whatever.
Are boots another thing that you can change your look on?
Actually, let's see. I'm wearing blue boots right now. Let me switch to Kung Fu shoes. Yes! I changed my shoes.
Oh, okay.
Actually, what happens if I don't have the shoes on, though? If I just have a knife? Oh, I guess I go to blood. All right. So, yeah, no. If I wear shoes, it's, okay. But I was working on whip.
Love those little details.
Actually, let me check. Secret room here? No secret
room. But, like, yeah, the games are about the action set pieces. The plots are literally incidental. Like I said, every single Uncharted game, there's like a point in the middle of Act 2 where Nathan Drake is like, whatever this bullshit is, it is clearly not worth it. I want to get out of here, right?
Oh, I have to go all
Every
the way
single
back
time
around?
he's like, this is dumb. I don't like this. I want to stop. And then the villains are like, either like, you can't stop, or like, in Uncharted 1, the excuse is Elena's like, come on. And it's like, all right. And then he has another breakdown with the, finding Sir Francis Drake's body and like all the Zombo stuff. And he's like, well, this sucks. Let's get the fuck out of here. And then he just can't. Plot's like, no.
Well, because he was gonna try and get out, but they realized Sully was alive.
Yeah, he realized Sully was alive. He thought shit was like really sad. And then he was like, oh shit, Nazi zombie vampires. Fuck. Well, I want to leave rapidly, but we are unable to leave because of the circumstances.
Actually, I'm gonna go back to the save room because I'm at half health. I'm under half health. Fuck that.
Yeah, that's an issue I think the original Symphony has. There's no way to heal outside of items other than there's like no health pickups. You have to.
Well, yeah,
I
I won't.
do like an action heal in save rooms.
I mean, I have health. I have health items, but I just don't want to use them.
Yeah, you probably want to save those for like bosses and stuff. But also, I'm gonna assume this is something that's fixed in Bloodstained here. In the original Symphony of the Night, they had not figured out how to do the inventory system. To use like potions and shit, you have to use one of your hand slots, which are normally used for like your weapon or shields. So you got to drop something if you want to chug potions, because they're linked to one of your hand attack buttons, right?
Right.
So I'm gonna assume you can probably just use healing items from like the menu, pause
Yeah.
menu, which would have been way more efficient. But they were exploring things. It happened. But yeah, so overall, I could probably wax off and on about like what's good about gameplay and narrative Uncharted forever. They're a diverse series. They've been around a while. They got a lot of different stuff. I ultimately I enjoy the first 3 games. I think that there are some things that are not like even after 3 games are not fully polished. Why, yes, the stories of the game are kind of samey. Going back to that earlier conversation about people are object sometimes to developers make the same game over and over again. But they do occasionally try to like tweak the gameplay each
Oh shit, you didn't
game. And like I said, it's not about the fucking. It's an action adventure. You know what's going to happen. There's a thing. You want it. The bad guys want it. You're going to fight with the bad guys to get it. You got to solve puzzles and climb on stuff and occasionally shoot guys. And then you're both going to get to the puzzle at about the same time, because if one of you got there way earlier, it wouldn't be fucking dramatic at all. And then usually the reason why people want this is because it's full of like power and shit. And then that turns into a basic metaphor about being careful what you wish for. And then the villains die by their own hubris, and you don't get paid, and you go home.
Just as broke.
That's an interesting narrative that happens in a lot of Uncharted. Is Nate goes to all this hustle and really doesn't ever get anything out of it other than occasionally emotional satisfaction.
You got a wife.
Like, oh yeah, I know you get to live, but like that's, I mean, it is kind of an ongoing theme that he like.
No, I said
loves the life adventure.
I said he got a wife, but I also life too.
Sorry. Well, I was gonna bring that up. Like in 3, you do have like you get this emotional moment where he repairs his relationship with Elena, but like a lot of the time it's just like you don't get a lot of cash, like for no reason other than I guess that's what they wanted the second one to be, because the second movie in a trilogy is always a depressing one. Like. At the end of Uncharted 2 is actually supposed to be like really a downer, even though you don't realize it is, because like Elena gets really, really banged up, and clearly, like judging by what Drake says in 3, that really sticks with him, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And kind of why they don't go anywhere further with their relationship. Like they get engaged, they get married, and then they split up because just their lifestyles at that point are not compatible. This is a thing that I know will continue into 4. It continues for a while. A lot of shenanigans. It's just really interesting to see like the narrative of like, okay, so being an asshole who wants to obtain ancient artifacts for fortune and glory sucks. But even if at the end you don't want to achieve those things for fortune and glory, because after Uncharted 1, Nathan Drake realizes, oh, it's really a bad idea to let these old assholes have these things. We should stop them. He doesn't ever really get rewarded for it. Like, you get a little bit of cash at the end of 1, but, like, literally you get nothing at the end of 2. Elena has some medical bills. You get to hang out with Tenzin, the Tibetan Nathan Drake. That's it. That's all you get. Sully even ditches you to go hang out with Chloe. Like... And also, Shambhala is destroyed because everything Nathan Drake touches breaks.
I still think my favorite line in 3 is, "How did you do all this with 3 bullets?" As I ran up the pillars as literally collapsing into the sand.
To be fair, they were explosive, and there was a lovely little one of those perfect movie type setup lines earlier, where like I think Drake is talking to himself and Sully is like, "Oh wow, this place has been mined out forever. This looks really unstable. We got to be careful." And then when you make the instability happen and you blow up the brass vessel and consign it to the deep, the city instantly turns into a sinkhole and is lost forever.
Oh, hey. Oh, I can warp back. I will warp back.
Perfect. Though, to be fair, like I said, those were explosive bullets. But once again, why the fuck didn't you start with that? Seriously. You see the crane right there. You don't even have to aim for Marlowe and Talbot. Just be like, fuck you.
And Drake out. Run away.
Sand bomb. Don't drink the water. It sucks. Bye.
Oh, I got them all?
Bye, bitch. And of course, 5 seconds later, Nathan Drake throws Marlowe his belt and doesn't work. She drowns in quicksand. By the way, not how quicksand works.
Yeah, no, that was really quick. I know it says it's quick.
Quicksand is not actually that fast, and also I do believe, like, scientifically, you don't actually go under quicksand. Like, it doesn't suck your entire body under, because your human buoyancy ratio to sand is not that good. Humans can float in water, okay? Even if it's like wet, loose sand, sand's also not that low density that you actually. What quicksand usually kills people is they get bogged down and they run out of energy, and then they're stuck in the desert and can't get out. You don't drown in quicksand. But like, it wasn't. I guess it wasn't like supposed to be like quicksand. Quicksand, like the whole city was a sinkhole that was just collapsing slowly but slowly.
Well, yeah, I guess like. It wasn't necessarily quicksand. It was basically doing the thing that sand does when it's filling a giant hole, I guess.
Yeah. It was like when you displace water and water rushes back to fill that, but with sand.
Yeah.
And also water. Shout out to Uncharted 3 though, actually having a final boss fight that felt like it didn't suck.
Yeah, no, like I said again, the whole problem I think with like Talbot's character is Talbot was nothing. He really wasn't anyone but evil Drake, like even more so than Flynn was, because he had his
Flynn
own.
had arguably too much character.
Yeah.
Like you got really invested in the fact that he was a huge asshole, and then that doesn't happen. That doesn't go anywhere.
Yep.
But Talbot's just always there. Like, he does all the same shit you do. He shoots people. He runs and jumps and climbs. He solves puzzles. He makes a good foil, like at the end, right when you fight him. And it's interesting to kind of see his character thing, but like it's definitely one of those things where like even in like video game logic terms, it's still kind of confusing. It's like, what the fuck was his deal? Why does he know so much about knives? What's going on with him? Where did Marlowe find this guy? Nah, it doesn't matter. Like as opposed to like there are characters like that you see in the other Uncharted games. Like with Flynn, you start working for him. He approaches you. He insinuates that you guys have worked together before. And then he's a little bitch baby who betrays you.
Bitch.
In 1, you have Eddie. You clearly know Eddie from before. Why? How? Don't know. But, like, Eddie is personable enough and he has enough banter with Nate that you realize, like, okay, these guys have probably bumped into each other once in a while. They understand the back and forth. And Baldy McDetterton, literally don't remember his name from Uncharted 1. Baldy McDies, though, he has that tension with Sully, right? Like, he's got that back and forth kind of establishing Nate's relationship with Sully, where as much as like Nate gets into trouble and Sully bails him out, Sully also is in getting into trouble all the time. Money and women, and Nate bails his ass out, Mutual symbiosis of bailing out. But like, they have that relationship. The the final boss guy in 1 kind of comes out of nowhere as like he starts as like the villain's evil Nathan Drake. You know,
oh god,
he's
every
his
game has an
pet
evil Drake.
archaeologist. Yeah, no. I mean, this is pretty common in these kinds of narratives. You have a foil character. There's always the evil archaeologist, or multiple evil archaeologists, right, who are doing this kind of thing, who you have this build-up for. But, like, he at least is what TV Tropes calls the dragon with an agenda, right? Like, he looks like he's just the number 2 guy, but then at the climax, he's like, no, actually, I'm going to channel some Starscream. I have my own plans for this shiny gold thing. And you're not in them. Bye. In 2, Lazarevich, it has a lot more like character motivation, but also at the same time is even more generic than other Baldy McDead guy. So there's a lot of evil bald dudes in Uncharted. Just realized. But like,
I think I saw.
You know, he's just a crazy warlord. And his boss fight is really tedious, but it makes sense, right? Like he thinks that the Chintamani stone will give him unlimited power, and we go through this whole ethos with a non-zombie Nazi who literally explains to us, hey, yeah, the Chintamani stone is like too powerful for man, yeah. I had to kill all my Nazi friends to stop them because it's bad. Okay.
I'm kind of sad we didn't get more Nazis. After 2 games of Nazis, I was kind of expecting more, but oh well. That's life.
Yeah, we didn't even really get, like, there were some interesting stuff, but there were some interesting, like, multi-narrative dynamics, in, like, 3, where, like, you're following, they brought back Francis Drake, which was cool.
Mm-hmm.
That kind of clicks together back, like, Nate's own story and how that stuff kind of goes back and forth, right?
Mm-hmm.
But also connects to like the diary of T.E. Lawrence of Arabia.
Threw in some John Dee this time.
Yeah, and some classic occultism, right? They made like a triangle of things. But that is absolutely something I think they did miss. Is they kind of like let the T.E. Lawrence angle drop. Now obviously that wasn't Nazis, but he was involved in the Arab Revolt during the period of the First World War. And like, so you could have easily done more with like that kind of historical connection, you know, and tried to pull in some other shit, but nah, that just kind of dies out. You do get to meet Arabian Nathan Drake though, Salim. He's cool. He has a horse. He's literally just that one guy from The Mummy. He shows up out of nowhere to bail your ass out. I have no shame in noticing and appreciating how the Uncharted devs have stolen lots of things from The Mummy, but that's because I love The Mummy. Why would I not love them? The Mummy is great. The Mummy Returns is also pretty good. The third one, not so much. That one was weird. That one did have Yetis and Chinese mummies, though. And a good guy zombie army buried under the Great Wall. Whatever, it was weird. Tomb of the Dragon Emperor was weird.
Let me say it again.
The first 2, though, good, solid stuff. Great special effects. Lots of love them to death. But like that's the kind of genre that Uncharted is aping. But then yeah, there's a lot of foil characters, but some of them are handled better. Talbot goes kind of back to being like aloof, like the first Uncharted, but also way more involved than him. Like you have like Flynn tier encounters with him, but unlike Flynn, he's not really catty to you or anything. Talbot's just like, yes, we'll have the thing now. Give us the thing, Mr. Drake. I'm going to shoot you up with super special hallucination juice. Have fun. It's like, okay, thanks. 4, I think, will be interesting because, like I said, I remember a little bit of the details of 4. I think they actually do something different with the antagonist with 4. Spoilers, he's younger. He's literally a peer of Nathan Drake, which is actually a fucking unique thing for Uncharted after 4 games somehow. Like, being the primary antagonist. And then his henchman is a powerhouse woman voiced by Laura Bailey.
I can just
who kicks the shit out of you a lot. So that'll be interesting to see. But yeah, like Uncharted is an interesting story. Like, I reminded of that, like I said, there was that podcast I watched a while ago where they used the title. Obviously, you know, everybody in this business, we use quote-unquote clickbait titles. We emphasize titles so people click on stuff. You know, is Uncharted overrated? I don't think Uncharted's overrated. I do think some parts of the gameplay never really got fully clicked in, like, the first 3 games. But that's okay. That's not really what those games were about. Like, they were about the set pieces. Sometimes the set pieces are kind of like, maybe not, they're not the most fun to play. Like, the parts of the train segment were you know, almost a little too long. But ultimately, like, the fact that they did have this whole fucking train segment in 2 was really, you know, a big deal. Like, I've talked about that after I realized it, right? Like, it's a huge fucking set piece with multiple elements. It's quite impressive that they did all this stuff, you know? And then in 3, the cruise ship set piece is actually really cool, some of the stuff they do with that. Like, especially once it starts sinking, you know, and you kind of, like, outrun the water, and you kind of, you got to deal with, like, the topsy-turvy Poseidon adventure shit, you know? Also, you have that really unsatisfying and weird confrontation with that one guy who's such a non-character whose motivations I don't understand.
Oh, safer. Nice.
Um,
He's a pirate.
But, like, he is a pirate. He wants to get some news out of Nathan Drake. He goes about it in the dumbest way possible, and then he's really upset for some reason when this backfires. And also, he's like, how dare you defeat my men? I will take us both to Poseidon's grave. Why? I'm like, just keep leaving, dude. Stop trying to kill Nathan Drake. Just escape. What's wrong with you? Anyway, whatever. That's how villains are in action movies. It's dumb sometimes. I'm still gonna say it's dumb because my brain can't get over how that guy would still be alive and would be infinitely more successful if he had just done fucking nothing. But that's probably the point. He did something and it really backfired. But no, like, we talked about this before. The cruise ship is a really cool set piece. That section could have been literally anything, so at least it was cool, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, the narrative purpose of that segment is to buy you a couple days for Sully to get kidnapped again and for the bad guys to get ahead of you, so you can find yet another form of transportation to trash. And then you can have a really trippy segment while you wander the desert.
Oh, this dude's anime as fuck.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Oh, it's a boss fight. Oh, shit. Oh, that's only doing 1 damage. Nope, that's not the weapon I want. Probably not that one either, so let's try.
He's a speedy.
So that's what.
But yeah, like, we talked about this. The ship graveyard's kind of just like, okay, guys, did you just make this segment to be a pain in the ass? Like, I know you want to put us on a boat, but that's easy. You make the rules. We can go on a boat, whatever. Like, I do actually think, like, the ship graveyard was supposed to be, like, more connective tissue and kind of flesh out the fact that that's basically your Act 2, and then your Act 3 darkest hours when you get back to, you know, the boat sinks, you barely survive, you get back to what is it, Yemen or whatever, and you meet Elena, and she's like, my dude, Sully is gone. They are, like, 2 days ahead of us. They are going to the desert. We got to get the fuck out of here.
Okay, I don't like this backstep because it does not backstep in the direction that I'm holding. It backsteps in the direction that I am facing.
Ah, yeah, that's the Symphony of the Night backstep. It's just a button prompt. Okay. Yeah, that's probably something that they'll go take a little bit of practice.
Yeah.
I remember that. Many times have I accidentally backstepped out of rooms when I wanted to backstep faster through rooms. Actual speedrunning technique, by the way, because backstepping is way faster than walking in Symphony. Which is good. So, like, that's what Uncharted is about, right? Like, it's about some cool puzzles, some cool platformings, Nathan Drake crashing vehicles for just existing, and set pieces. That's fine. There are movie franchises which are built on similar premises and are even dumber. Like, at least with Uncharted, like, 1, it's a video game, and 2, it's an action-adventure set piece. If you're doing something like, what you call it, like Fast and Furious, like, those movies were started by being about cars and street racing and now are just about whatever. I don't even know. Like, it's crazy, right? So at least Uncharted kind of stayed in the genre it was started in. So I don't think they're overrated. I think they're perfectly all right. I do think, you know, if you go back to them now and you're not a huge fan of this style of game or this style of story, I don't know if they necessarily have anything to, like, Like, I don't know if playing the original 3 Uncharted's will hook you if you are not an action-adventure fan. Like, yeah, there's a lot of fun writing with the characters. There's a lot of cool bants. You know, everybody delivers a really good performance and all that stuff, but you can just watch the cutscenes if that's all you're into. So, but it's a fine series. Interested to get into 4 and like see kind of how they do some, see how it plays different.
Also, backstepping gives you no iframes.
That sucks, but that's all.
Oh,
yeah, that's another thing, right? Like the Tomb Raider was clearly we talked about this, I think, on stream last time. Tomb Raider was clearly reinvigorated by the fact that Uncharted exists and was popular, and we're like, holy shit, we can make Tomb Raider again. And there's a lot of those games out now. I have not.
Oh,
tried
now
those
you
personally.
explode. Great. Let's eat the pizza.
Okay, so his down slash explodes. Of course, he has multiple stages. Who doesn't have multiple stages these days?
Oh god, I do not have nearly as much mobility as I would like. Ah!
Yeah, is this the first like boss fight you've had?
Second.
Okay. Oh yeah, there was the boss on the boat. That was way more traditional like mobility stuff. This is like a dual boss that's like, I don't even know, what are you supposed to be doing here?
I guess I'm supposed to be.
I was gonna say, is this the only location you can head to next?
Yes, I want to say, yeah. Because basically I came straight through here, I can't go there because I can't dive, and I can't go this way because I needed to push a thing or I need a key. So yeah, I naturally just came up this way.
Yeah, if you can't access those other areas that are not blocked in, then yeah, I guess you gotta go through here. There's a warp room and a save room right under it, so that makes sense, I think. I guess this is the classic get good boss. Happens a lot in these.
Oh my god, I went flying.
Bonk.
I gotta wait for him to. Oh, maybe I do have iframes. But they won't let me block an explosion.
Yeah, you probably do have iframes, but they're probably not very extensive. That was another thing that was in Symphony a lot. You did not have a long iframe zone. You could get stun locked very easily. Sorry if this isn't entertaining podcasting. I'm just watching Lucky fight this boss and thinking.
Yeah, I got hit there.
I don't like this guy.
Fuck! And I can't run through him. I have to jump over him to get like.
Yeah, there's no. I mean, on the plus side, at least you don't take damage when you touch him. But yeah, no.
One more hit and I'm dead. Stop it! Ah! Oh, I got him. Oh, his name's Zangetsu.
And you got a very funny trophy title out of it.
So Zangetsu says, I'm clearly too cool.
Yeah, sword guy here just clearly has a murder boner.
Mm-hmm.
He's here to kill dudes.
Okay, I'm glad I have a waystone because I need one right now. Fuck.
And I like how it seems like Miriam's response, just like, "Hey, I'm like that lady there was like, hey, terribly sorry that guy tried to murder you," and Miriam's like, "'Tis not a problem." It's very chill. I guess it is pretty chill when you're in the demon slaying business.
Okay, I live.
Yeah, okay, so we did some talk about reminiscing about the Uncharted trilogy.
Guess I'll keep working on leveling up, getting that skill up. Oh, I should probably. Oh wait, I can't. Oh wait, hang on. You know what?
Sorry, I went silent there because I saw a tweet from Defunct Land. Defunct Land is a YouTube channel you should watch. They're great. Kevin Perjury. It's about defunct theme park attractions and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
and it's a really interesting history documentary channel. He also does Defunctland TV about children's TV shows. It's very great. I love it. But he and some of the other guys in this space, because this is not an uncommon subject, talking about theme park history and stuff. They have a series where they watch some like Disney Channel specials and riff on them, and they got a new one coming out, so that's gonna be great for me to watch later. I also know that since Disney has announced they are canceling FastPass and reworking it, apparently, I know that Kevin Pritchard is working on a episode about FastPass now. That's cool.
All right, let me see here. All right, well, let me keep going, I guess. Oh, wait, no, I gotta go to my teleport. Actually, do you have any more? Yes. Assassin, Shield.
Also on Twitter, Hideo Kojima is rambling about cool stuff again. That's great.
As Kojima's won't.
Yeah. I think he's echoing something that a lot of people know, and we know because we're doing it right the fuck now. One of his tweets is basically saying, "This is not the age to be taught by others. Teach yourself." Like, you consume media and learn how to do it, and if you want to do something, you can do it as well. You know, get the tools and figure it. And, you know, sometimes you don't feel like figuring stuff out. I know that I don't know a lot about video editing, and I don't necessarily have a passion for video editing, so I don't have a drive to, like, get in there and, like, stitch videos together, but I may end up being more self-taught. I know Lucky knows a little bit about video editing. He's done it before, but also it's a process that takes time and work, so we're not overflowing with video editing. But we may end up teaching ourselves or finding somebody to do it for us, because that's how we live now, how society is.
Get stabbed. I'm gonna drop by my
this stuff.
Drop by the couch again.
I think I will be interested to check out the stuff. The Death Stranding. As long as I don't have to do the whole ass game again.
Yeah, that's
There's a playable epilogue for a reason. But like new cargo delivery techniques, new deliveries, higher end stuff. Obviously, some of the content will be designed to appeal to people who never played it before. Like there's some assistance in doing deliveries and shit. But it's still cool. Okay, let's see. We are getting close to the second. Look, you've been playing Bloodstained for nearly 2 hours. How do you feel?
I mean, I'm enjoying it. Like I said, I think my big problem right here is I feel like my movement's a little stiff, especially when like in combat, because like I said, I feel like the iframe should be a lot. Ooh, wasn't great. I feel like I should have some more iframes. Maybe, who knows? Maybe it's something I'll fucking learn or something.
Yeah, that is always kind of a thing with a lot of these games. When you start out very basic. Like eventually you'll be able to like double jump. You'll probably be able to get access to a high jump where like your normal ass jumps are higher, that kind of shit.
Yeah.
You might get more different like dodges and other things. I know something that was very critical for higher level shit in Symphony of the Night was you get access first to Alucard can transform into mist for a short burst to like pass through grates or avoid attacks, and then later you get the ability to stay transformed into mist indefinitely, so you can just cruise through segments you don't want to deal with. And then ultimately you have to beat one of the boniest bosses in the game. Even with the special item that made me heal from thunder damage, which was like 90% of his attacks, it still took me like 5 solid minutes of stabbing his shins with the best sword in the game for him to die. But that gives you what's called Gas Cloud, which is now your mist. Mist form hurts people. Very important for doing this kind of shenanigans. So like, yeah, I am dead certain that your mobility and advantageous stuff will improve over time. Oh, you learned a new move.
For apparently katana type weapons.
Yeah, those will be in there. He'll either punch Zangetsu again, or he'll probably die or get wounded and be like, "Here, take my super cool katana, bye."
Bye. Oh, I fell down.
Yeah, I'm already seeing the points where like, man, having a double jump will be very handy, but you don't have that yet.
What's up here? Treasure! I love treasure. Oh, it's a waystone.
But yeah, you having a... If you, it seems like, you know, it's been mostly okay experience. Some of the boss fight there was a little tough, but, you know, that do be how it be in a lot of these games. I from just watching it, I like the amount of, like, customization and like, different gameplay styling stuff you can do. That is something I do kind of feel like Symphony did not have a lot of. There were a couple different types of weapons you could invest in, but generally it was bigger number, more good, equip biggest thing, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like, there are only a couple of items that you would, like, actually go out of your way to go different swap to. And, like, there was some, like, RPG-style flexibility, you know? Like I talked about before, there was the
Stop that!
There was that one Thundery boss.
Ah, shit.
Yeah, I'm watching these enemies. These guys are way more fucking mobile than you. That's not fair. I talked about that one boss where I put on the special. I equipped the special item that makes you immune to thunder damage. Cool, great. And, you know, you can do that with other stuff, too. Like, there's a lot of those things. There's swords that have different elemental damage. So there's a little bit of flexibility, but your playstyle's mostly the same. This does not seem to be that. Like, you have a lot more variety of different weapon types that do different things.
Yeah, let me see. Let's see. Right now, I have shoes, knives, swords, clubs, great swords, whips, firearms. And I'm assuming katanas, because they did pop up. And spears. Because that was something else that I was looking at. But, yeah. So, there's plenty of stuff. Like I said, you get all these equipment slots, you get a body slot, you get 2 accessory slots, you get a scarf slot. Gotta be fashionable.
Yep. Alright, looks fun. Definitely have to try it myself sometime. Do you think you would be, you know, down to clown to streamify this on like a Monday?
Yeah, no, I'd totally be down.
Maybe
don't come at me! Stabs!
I'll get my Gartic fix some other day. I've already threatened to do that in place of like a fail portrayal. Not that fail portrayal is like done or anything, but like I haven't necessarily felt like anybody's had the super drive to get in there.
Fuck you. Got you.
That's very Castlevania, being attacked by weird shit from the background.
The developers are after me!
You get attacked by giant books in the library instantly.
Hey, level up me. Aha! Oh, it's a shard. Oh, fuck. I was like, ah! Welcome company. Someone pulled... I feel like that's like a dev team joke. But hang on, let me see here. What shard is that for? Protection. It's like the devs are saying, hey, welcome to my party. Oh, and they do damage. That's great. I love it. But Headfill is still the best. Let's see what's up here. What's this? I broke it. Oh, it's a shard.
I like the shards. This reminds me of a lot of different like sub-weapon choices. And
skill shard. The one that's permanent by acquiring the shard can be turned off inside the menu. Does not consume MP. Shortcut.
Ooh, that's like relics.
Cost of a state registered with the menu shortcut and that. So L2. Oh, you have preset equipment sets.
Ooh, that's great.
Oh, I think there's like 8 types of weapon too. So if I wanted to, I can make like a set for like each preferred weapon or something. And
Sick.
Oh, but here's the shortcuts thing.
I just realized. Lucky, do you already have a Stone Mask equipped?
Yeah.
Neat. That's a long-running Castlevania joke, which is a JoJo reference, by the way. In case you can't tell. Because JoJo's fucking old.
Oh, shit.
I'm gonna surprise you. You got there so soon. So you have been playing for a couple hours. I don't know how long this game's supposed to be.
Man. What's this way? That thing looked big and scary.
I can use that to a semi-segue to some stuff, actually.
Alright.
Talking about it, JoJo. In that, because I've just had more free time, I have actually been just, like, one night this week, I was just like, I'm not doing anything for a couple hours. I can actually sit down and watch Part 5 on the Crunchy Rolls. Yeah, so I've been zooming through. I'm about 24 episodes in.
Okay, cool.
I can tell where I am because I'm usually stopping and being bracketed by recap episodes I don't bother to watch. And I think that 24 is about half-ish way through. I think there's only like 40-something episodes of Ventoria.
Oh, interesting. Oh, sorry. I just got my first passive skill, and it's dagger expertise, faster dagger rapier attacks. Which I am using a dagger right now, so I'm just like, do I stats fast now?
Yeah,
cool.
That's good. That's interesting. So you got passive slots, and then you got permanent slots that just kind of happen.
Do I need to become a morph ball for this? I'm pretty sure I do.
There's definitely something for that.
Well, let's keep on going.
Some kind of technique. But yeah, so I've been watching the part 5s.
Excuse me. Ah, cat!
Oops.
It's a giant cat with horns.
And it's shooting fire at you.
Yes, Do I go this way? Excuse me, cat.
I mean, punch it. See
His name is Nyabon! His name is Nyabon. Oh, it lets me summon flame. And it dropped cat ears. It dropped fucking cat. I can't. I fucking can't.
Great. That's great. This game's great, guys.
Wait, where's the cat ears? Is it the... Yes, it is. Oh, because I could have the stone mask on. Hang on, let me... Yeah, no, just cat ears. This game knows. This game knows what's up. Love it. Actually, what else? Let's actually go with Constitution. I would like to not die. Whoa, you a big boy. Oh, you were just a demon. I would need you to
big
not...
glowing chungus.
And he's dead.
Oh, he does the fire. Using... Also probably means he does kind of the shards. But yeah, so JoJo Part 5. Watched, like I said, about half of it. It's alright. So, on the one hand, I want to say that as the stand parts of JoJo have gone on, right?
I'm a good killer barber? What? Are you actual barber? Are you going to give me a different hairstyle?
I'm a good killer barber. I like how those are capital. NPC designs in it. Anyway, as I was saying,
his name is Todd, the demon barber, the killer barber.
I wonder what reference that could be. It's your point, Elliot screen. Yeah, but as I was saying, I think as Araki goes through the stand parts of JoJo, stands get way more creative and weird and do more interesting things. Like, this is something I liked about Part 4, that Part 5 continues, like, getting even more weirder and esoteric with some of the powers.
Oh! It lets me change my... Oh. Okay. I can change my hairstyles and my hair color.
I see. All kinds of customization.
Yeah. I just gotta find Todd.
But like, and I obviously, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure is well known for like every new part is a different genre, basically, right?
Yeah.
So 5 is kind of going for like,
another warp gate.
I guess you'd say like a not really a crime thriller, but like
Mafia's kind of story.
Yeah, definitely like a mafia gang kind of story. To the very memey revelation in an early episode where Jordan was like, I'm going to become a gang star. And I'm like, oh, buddy, no, that's not how we say that. It's okay, you're pretending to be Italian. Because he's not that Italian, he's also Japanese. And also Dio.
And
so he's really English. Also, by the way, doesn't bother me that as the show seems to go on, that Golden Experience seems to be getting even more OP and bullshit. The dude, it's not a spoiler to say that Giorno is well, once you get to the part anyway, it's not a spoiler to say that Giorno is Dio's kid. And God, do you remember that guy? Remember how his stand was a punch ghost who could also stop time? Remember when having an ability besides being a punch ghost was special?
Yeah.
Yeah. And now everybody has special punch ghosts. I think out of like the power sets and characters, probably one of my favorites is Mista and Sex Pistols. That's just great. It's like I've also apparently heard, by the way, that some people do think of it as a headcanon that Mista is related to Whole Horse. I could see it. Whole Horse's stand was also just a gun. But no, Sex Pistols is a really fun idea where it's not that he shoots magic bullets, but rather that he has 6 stands who are tiny and can manipulate bullets and do fun things, but also can do other cool stuff. That's pretty fun. I mean, like a lot of the core cast we've got have some interesting differentiations in stand. Most of them are tolerable, ensemble cast.
Mm-hmm.
I do kind of feel like the writing for some of the characters sometimes feels a little like thin. Like we take a while to do our classic get into everybody's backstory thing. Like that's happened, I think, for every one of the major core characters has had like, and here is like a 10-minute flashback to this character's childhood or early life that establishes why they are here. Which is all right, but it definitely, before you get that moment, you're kind of just like, some of these guys are just kind of here and weird and they do stuff cool. And I feel like it is kind of in a weird place where I feel like out of the plots, Giorno's actual involvement with the plot is like some of the weakest. Like, he wants to just become a gangster and like take back crime for noble criminals, I guess. Because he once met a gangster who was cool. No, the guy wasn't cool, but I'm just saying. And then he just kind of stumbles into Bucciarati and is like, "Oh, hey, cool! I can help you with your plan to become the new boss, and then we'll do crimes better." And I'm like, "Okay, this is a little weird. I'm not really sure why you're involved in this story, but you're an all right character, and you have a bitchin' theme. That's fine." And there's a lot more, like, the stand fights are even more ludicrous and specific and fun.
Mm-hmm. Corn!
Which is, neat. Doing more stuff with lots of different things, introducing types of different stuff going on. It's all right. I think I've heard some people have this complaint. I do kind of sometimes feel like Bucciarati is almost, Bucciarati is almost more of a main character than Giorno is, because he really does drive the plot himself. And like, he is a leader character who is not the JoJo, but he is also way more involved than the times we've done that before. Like you can argue, right, that like in, say, Stardust Crusaders, right, Joseph is still the group leader. He's driving the plot to save Holly and all that stuff, and Jotaro kind of jumps along with him because he's like, "Okay, that's my mom. I'm gonna go punch Dio. I'm Jotaro. I can't kick your ass from over here. I must approach Egypt to kick Dio's ass." Anyway, but that's still, like, the thing with Joseph is he's a previous protagonist. You know all about him because he was literally the JoJo for part 2. So, what's up with him.
Generational.
Mm-hmm. And while I love the generational continuing context of Giorno as both a Joestar and a Brando, that's great. That's the perfect thing to do with that plot where Dio stole Jonathan's body. It does definitely feel like he, at least for like this first big half of the series, does not feel like he's super pivotal to the plot. He's just kind of there because it's called JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, so of course he's here. And like, there's a little bit of a through-line plot where like Jotaro sends Koichi of all people to fucking Italy to track him down. That I don't understand. Not that I like dislike Koichi or anything. It's just like, what? Why? You have the entire incidental character Speedwagon Foundation for this, Jotaro.
There's a lot of dudes. There's a lot of dudes. Oh, what's this? It's another passive? Oh, augment int. Oh, it just augments my int. Interesting.
Oh, that's neat. Okay, so yeah, there's some that improve like weapon types, and there's some that just straight up improve your stats.
Oh yeah,
That's
actually, if I
certain
remember
builds.
correctly, I think I saw something when I was reading earlier. What was it?
Let's read.
Passive shards, skill shards. Yeah, here it was. Increasing a passive shard skill shard to 9 will convert it to a skill shard, and skill shards you just have permanently.
Ah, so if you level up those passive shards, you just get them forever. That's good, especially if you only get one slot of that.
Yeah.
It's pretty rad.
Yeah, no, this is great.
This has a lot like. I'm gonna assume probably that like double jump is probably gonna be a skill shard later or something.
Probably, yeah. Makes sense.
Because the way the skill shards were pitched reminds me of
lightning!
relics from Symphony of the Night, where like relics are just the power up items you get that just give you powers and you can turn them on and off if as needed.
Is that just a flying sword? Oh shit, it is. Sword.
That's a classic Castlevania shit. It's just a sword after you. Is there a ghost lady or a demon wielding the sword? No, it's just a sword. Those are all different enemies from Castlevania. Sometimes you get ghost ladies with swords. Sometimes you get demon dudes with swords.
Are you looking? It's looking at me. Stab it!
That is not okay. This is some fucking Ghostbusters 2 shit.
Are we going to a new area here? Looks like, yeah, new
But
area.
Otherwise, I think there's a lot of interesting things happening in Part 5. Like I said, they're doing a lot with the plot stuff. By the way, episode 24 is the one where King Crimson shows up, and thus we begin the great meme of "It just works." How the fuck does this thing do those things it does? I don't know. It just does. Okay, shut up. It's JoJo. Yes, absolutely, Axe. You were about 2 hours too late for that. We talked about Saints Row like 10 minutes in for like an hour, and then talked about Uncharted for like at least half an hour, if not more. Constantly being distracting ourselves with more yammering about Bloodstain. Well, yeah, I suspect the visual representation, like, at no point watching that first incident where Sticky Fingers, or Zipperman, as the subtitles would try and tell you.
What's this one? Her.
I love how, as the music references get more intense, sometimes the...
Summon bat!
Ooh, neat. Is it like a familiar?
Oh, heretical grinder. Extends the shaft of rotating blades in the drink. Let's see. What's this?
Familiars were a big deal in
Oh god, is it? It's just I can just put a chainsaw hand. It's great.
Sick.
Oh no, it's Nyato! Ah! Extra dimensional cat.
There's a lot of weird cats in this. I should not be surprised though. There's an enemy. There's a couple funny things in Symphony of the Night. There's a item you can find early called the Cat Eye Circlet, which makes you heal from cat elemental damage. Now you may ask yourself, Lucky, where does cat elemental damage come up in Castlevania? Well, I'll tell you. In the inverse castle, at the very top of it, which is the catacombs that are inverted, because that's how the inverse castle works. You meet an enemy called, I believe they're called Salome. Like that Salome, but different. They're actually witches. There's a lot of non-standard naming conventions. I suspect that they would be better named as the Salem Witches, but those are a different enemy type altogether.
Okay, I can't actually.
They shoot energy at you. But Salomes are witches riding on brooms who can throw cats at you, which run across the screen, or when you do enough HP damage to you, they turn into a cat with a little witch's hat and then run across the floor. So we should not be shocked to see a great many cat puns. But also, yes, as Chad is relaying, no, I think that, honestly, actually, like I said, watching that first King Crimson fight, I have no problems understanding what he does. He creates a zone of timelessness, and he can see what your predictive move is and just be like, nah, fam, I'm not going to be there. And I'm going to edit it out. Bye. And that creates a weird release. Like I said, there's a lot more clever stuff, you know. It's interesting to see the weird takes of the subtitles, right? Like, sometimes the names are clever. You know, they do better about these kinds of things. Sometimes the translations are just fucking literal. Like the one guy whose ability is officially called the White Album. They just translate that in the subtitles as White Ice, which is way lamer, but whatever. I understand. You know, golden experiences, golden win, that kind of stuff. Sometimes they do just the weird things like they can't say man in the mirror, so they just make it Mirror Man. Like, all right, okay, come on now, at least try. You know, it's the same with like the Grateful Dead is the Thankful Dead, and then they just go weird places. Like, I forget his name, but the guy's stand who's Beach Boy, as in the Beach Boys, which also, by the way, they're called the Beach Boys, not Beach Boy. You think you could get away with that close? It's not. Trademarks have to be exact, guys. There's not a strike zone, but whatever. We, you know, litigious times and all that. But that's just called Fisherman in the subs, and I'm just like, all right, come on. Really? I mean, I know it's a fishing pole, and that's actually a really interesting stand, but like, I'm also very interested. I know she hasn't done much yet in the front half. I am very interested, though, to see how Trish is handled, because they do, quote-unquote, well, okay, the second opening fucking straight-up spoils that she has a stand, but, like, they allude to the fact that, yeah, oh, shit, her dad's obviously a stand user, because we're a fucking stand gang in Italy. That means she naturally will have a stand, and, like, I'm interested to see where that goes, because JoJo's does not have the best history of active female characters, and a lot of that has to do with the culture of Shonen Jump during the various time periods where Araki has been writing JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. I mean, the magazine is literally called Shonen Jump, Shonen meaning young man, so like it makes sense that at certain times the editors are like, whoa, you can't have these icky girls in our dynamics. And hopefully editors and executives have learned that that's not how children's demographics work.
No.
Children don't actually care about those things because you haven't programmed them to care about those things yet. So you can actually get away with fucking whatever. Anyway.
Ooh.
We can talk about disassembling societal expectations and illusions later. But such demographic splits are actually bullshit. They're fake. They're made up by marketing companies. Did you know that like 100 years ago, pink used to be a masculine color? It's all bullshit. But I'm very interested to see if like Trish actually does stuff, because like, you know, they go out of their way in like part 3. They're like, no, Holly is a gentle soul. She can't possibly manifest her stand because they're about fighting spirit or something. Never mind that there are stand users way later who don't have any fucking fighting spirit because their stands are weird. Like that guy whose stand is just healing you with cooking. Or that lady whose stand is called Cinderella, and it gives you a face for a limited amount of time. And then she explodes and dies. Rip. So, like, that's something that'd be interesting to see. I think they got some interesting stuff going on. The music is, as always, really good. Lots of good influences. God, they pick the memeiest songs for the endings. That first ending where it just begins with the line, "Wake up feeling so horny," and I'm just like, what the
Oh god,
fuck,
it's a
JoJo?
fucking it's a glass spider. It's a glass spider. It's a glass spider with what the fuck? Oh, it's a giant hand.
Did I design this boss? Fuck.
It's a giant hand. It threw that fucking rock at me. I think this is what I need to get the
The power hand thing. Yeah, that makes sense. You're doing damage though. Get in there. And I mean, it's not like, also I want to throw this out, it's not like JoJo is allergic to characters. Lisa doesn't do a lot, but at no point do you not believe that she's a certified badass, right?
Oh shit. Okay.
Like, just because she doesn't do a lot in the narrative doesn't mean that, like, the narrative isn't telling you, hey, she's pretty cool. She melts the guy with her scarf.
Shit. Okay, I think I'm liking this one a little bit better than Duel Man.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of monstrous bosses are usually a little bit better, because, like, his moveset seems very obviously telegraphed.
Oh.
He throws rock, and then he switches to paper. Backs up. He has a little.
Oh, he's doing a thing.
Smash down.
He's gonna throw it. He threw it. I'm just giving the stabs. Oh. Yeah, no, like.
Hey, he literally threw the thing.
Yeah. I'm gonna eat this cake. Oh yeah, fun thing I like here. First time you eat a food item, you get a permanent stat buff.
Oh, that's cool.
But I'm glad I did that. Shit. I got flung. Oh, it's doing the forehead flick attack and it just sends me flying across the room.
Oh, yeah, it's fucking great. And
But like I said, like I can see it. Oh. Ah! I can see it coming, so I'm not like.
Also, I don't know if, because Lucky has a lot of weapons. I don't know if he's mastered this particular weapon.
Oh no, I'm using this one because there's a skill I have that I want. Oh, here it comes. Stabs.
And I think you got a trophy for backdashing.
I think it was called Moonwalker. Sounds about right.
And show of hands.
Okay, so let's see. So, oh, okay. It's called craft work. Grab onto certain objects and manipulate them. Okay, wait. How do I use it though?
That was another really bad localization, by the way. Craftwork says arts and crafts.
Hang on, I gotta figure out how to use this now. Because I did not actually...
I think for weapon skills, Lucky usually is discovering them in books.
Yeah.
So sometimes it seems like they kind of unlock on their own.
Yeah, no, I think if you do it, you can do a move without knowing, like, finding the book, but it's kind of, like, up in the air. Because I got critical swing, because I did find it in a book. But yes. I found it earlier.
You activated it accidentally by doing the input. That's another thing that that's a thing in Symphony of the Night, for instance. I know I'm doing a lot of comparisons, but the games are very clearly similar. You know, spiritual successors and all that. Like, but if you actually just know the button prompts for spells, you can do them without buying the scrolls.
Oh, R1, okay.
But some of them have such complex moves that, like, if your muscle memory isn't perfect, there's no fucking way you're gonna remember how to do them without. Oh yeah, now you just have Handboy.
Yep. Hey, I can just sit on the bench. Take a break.
Grabs.
Max HP up, thank you. And unicorn ring. What is this?
It's gonna do something. Give you a thing. Cool.
Yeah, I'll take that.
But yeah, I suspect I will have further thoughts on Vento Oreo when I'm actually.
Oh, a ring that amplifies the restorative properties of items you use. Perfect.
That's nice. I'm probably not gonna. Well, obviously, yeah, the Netflix thing they'll dump it all at once. But I'm probably not gonna go into part 6, like week by week. But we'll see how that happens.
Oh, I can't get up there now. I thought I could earlier.
Did it break a thing there?
I think it broke a thing, but that's fine. Whatever. I'll come back. But yeah, now.
This is absolutely a room where you like are gonna cycle back to because you got one way to traverse things now.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, because
like
now
we go back to Chariot Boy.
Yeah, actually, I think that's the only place. Well, no, actually, I think I got some. Yeah, I got some stuff over here. I'm gonna go explore. But...
Behold, Metroidvania games. You get a thing, and then you go back to areas where you couldn't go anywhere before, and you can go places.
All right, Demon Boy, come here.
It's a fun style of game. I like a lot of these sorts of games and these kinds of like growing stuff. That's something I always really liked about, even though it's a sandbox crafting game. That's always something I really liked about Terraria is that it had these Metroidvania elements in it. You know.
Well, that's why I generally preferred. Oh, that's right. I have that. I don't have my fucking. Oh, it's a. Oh, I have a. Oh, okay, interesting. I can petrify enemies with that, but no, I like my flame cannon. Fireball's a classic. It's good. I'm out.
Yep.
All right, Magic Sword. Give me whatever you got. Oh, I wonder if you give me the passive that increases my damage with swords. That sounds about right.
That would be logical.
I guess I will say something I probably do have a little. Oof, I'm getting my butt kicked a little here. I do have a little bit of problem with is that collecting the skill shards is a bit related, a bit heavy on RNG.
Yeah, I'm certain there's like either a weapon or a shard or something you get that like increases your drop chance.
Probably.
Do you have a luck stat actually?
I believe so. Yes.
Stat spread. Yeah. So that's also probably you can improve your luck over time to get better drops. So I'm sure there will be a point the game will make it better. I know that's like there are a lot of alternate modes in Symphony of the Night you can get as New Game Plus by entering certain names. One of them is called Luck Mode, where all your stats are shit except your luck, which is maxed. So even though your stats suck, you can get much rarer drops that you would never be able to get without hellacious grinding in a normal game. So I'm going to assume that, like, while this probably doesn't go that far, like, there's probably ways you can manipulate luck. You can turn that, you can get, like, a luck up shard and turn that into a passive or whatever, and probably get really good at your drops. And yes, Lucky is still wearing his Hammer hat. He may never take it off.
I may not. Well, like, this is something I'm realizing here. A lot of my equipment, like, ups my defense, con, intelligence, or, int. Very few things actually increase my strength. This dual Howling thing is, like, one of the only things I know that increases my strength. Like,
yeah, that seems pretty common.
Like, everything else is, like, I'm looking at things, like, this is the only item I have that boosts my strength. I'm just like,
Yeah, it's probably... How are weapons rated? Do they have a strength mod, or are they, like, they have a damage value that's modded?
As a damage value.
Okay. That's probably what they primarily want you to go up in, and then certain rare equipment will scale your strength for damage. Yeah, okay, so that has an attack. All right, I see. We're learning things. Game design.
Stabs. The only reason
that
I'm
is
using
definitely the kind of thing where, like, that's a thing that often happens in game design, is, like, controlling, like, the player power curve versus the player, like, the player damage curve versus the player taking damage curve.
Just need to keep going this way.
Actually, that is a good question. Do you have 2 weapon slots? I haven't been clear. I'm watching the...
No. I have a 1 weapon slot, but the second one's for ammo, it looks like.
Ah, okay. That makes sense.
Yeah, like, if I equip a gun, like my Blunderbuss here, I get the infinite rounds, but then I can switch out with these other rounds. I just have, you know, limited numbers of them.
Special bullet.
I'm trying to hang on to as many weapons as I can, because as the techniques, you have to use specific weapons. So I'm like,
yeah, until you master them. So it makes sense. You don't want to, like, have no weapon of a category. And then once you unlock, you know you have a better weapon of that category, you can probably, like, sell off the old shit. Or not, because that was another gripe I have with Symphony of the Night, is there's no fucking inventory organization. You can't sell a lot of items.
Neon's back.
Gems. And there's no sort function, so your items are where they are. Cat. Yeah, see?
Yeah. Okay.
But I'm sure, like I said, I will have more thoughts on the Part 5s later. Many memes will be had. Okay, what else can we hit up? I mean, if you're not too distracted by Bloodstained, I know you wanted to talk about some tabletop stuff.
I can talk about it, but so...
We could siege into that. We're still a week behind, by the way.
I should probably post a new one here pretty soon here.
When we stop streaming, maybe.
Yeah.
And then I can queue it up.
Nope, I can't go.
God knows what our streaming would be like if we're also uploading.
Might be a little rough, yes. But we played Star Wars. I think we had a fairly good time.
Yeah.
Basically, we started off with the boss fight. It was a bit rougher than I was expecting. I don't want to say it was necessarily bad, but it was definitely rough. You have definitely learned lessons with playing with us all this time. And,
yeah, and I mean, like, there was that good back and forth. I think the thing that made the most impact was Axe did what he does, and he's like, hey, can I go first and shoot it? And you're like, yeah, it's fine. And he shot it, and he did 1 damage, and we're like, oh, no. Everybody was like, oh, no. Like, yeah? Well, you think I didn't say it like this, but in my mind I was going like, how many times has Axe gone first and completely destroyed something? You think I didn't plan for this? I literally planned for exactly this. I think you guys found your rhythm, though. Like, there was a lot of different stuff, and I was actually quite pleasantly surprised where, obviously, it wasn't the damage you're used to, but you were still crawling up there and doing, like, 2s or 3s by punching. You know? Like, I think Weva was most effective with just doing her straight-ass damage with her lightsaber. Even Have it was pretty scary, and she just linked, so you know. I mean, out of character, Lucky may have been mad at you guys, but we'll probably cycle back to that. Also, yeah, Weva's one of the... I mean, you guys are all deeps at this point, but, like, Weva is a dedicated deeps build. Like, all of our characters have at least some heavy customization for combat, which tracks. We're in a war campaign. It makes sense you guys should be able to fight, you know?
Yes. Ooh, another white shard.
I mean, yeah, both clones have strong utility backgrounds. Arama has taken some influence for, like...
Oh, it upgrades another shard.
Social stuff.
Okay, cool.
That's nice. Wevu is... I mean, Wevu has some agility-based stuff. Like, she can pilot, she can sneak, she can stealth. and other climby stuff, but mostly Marth has given Wevu 2 lightsaber specs, one of which is
okay.
It's a Taru Striker, which is one of the most DPS. Oh yeah, you just drop straight down. That's very Castlevania.
Yeah, I'm back. Oh.
Presumably you'll be able to like fly or jump infinitely or something later, so you can traverse up those big vertical spaces.
Yeah, well, I'll just head on back, I guess.
But the other is Juyo Berserker, so like that. Yeah, like just Wevu's damage output is nuts, and we'll only get more nuts.
Yeah. Like,
I think I would like to say, since everybody seemed to have a positive response to it, I think the boss fight went well. It did the things I wanted to do. He held on long enough to actually like do all his moves. He actually beat you guys up a little bit when he landed some hits. You know, there were some whiffs, but there were some hits too.
Yep.
And I kind of wrote this mechanic where like, okay, you could just have a slugfest, but also you could do, you know, the cool kind of stuff you can do in a lot of like video game style boss fights and like interact with the environment and do new things. But every time you did that, the boss like learned something new, right? Like the boss realized your tactics and was like, "Oh, I will adjust my behavior accordingly." You know. Also, honestly, Axe, that sword wasn't that insane. I mean, it was a melee attack at short range. It was like base damage 9. I think it had a breach 1. It's technically was shittier than lightsabers.
No, it's insane because it hit him. It's insane because it hit him.
Well, it's true. Axe, I bully Axe a little bit back because he starts the fight by being the big damage output. I guess I don't know. Axe may not even technically be deeps. He's more of like a nuker, especially with his current setup where his sniper rifle is back to being slow firing, right? Like, so he's like, I do one big shot at the front, and then I usually have to figure out something else to do with myself for a couple of turns. Then I shoot another big shot. So occasionally he gets clapped back. But he has, I don't think, ever been really threatened by close combat with somebody with a lightsaber or lightsaber comparable weapon very often, and does not realize how rocket taggy melee combat is in Star Wars FFG.
I need Damascus now. Okay.
Because, like, for my players, notice how much damage output Wevu has. Now imagine if an NPC has access to, like, 3 of the same talents that she does, which is not that crazy. Just imagine that back and forth. Holy shit, guys. It gets very, very, like I said, rocket tag. A lot of erase to running out of stamina with parries. But yeah, so the boss fight was the front half. Everybody seemed to enjoy that. So that was good. You know, getting that action in, and that served my purpose. And then we kind of, there's a little bit of setup, a little bit of subtle setup, you know, talking about the thing, working on some stuff. And then kind of the big action climax.
Yep. Oh man. So yeah, no, the I guess the final fight. I guess that's the best way to call it. Necessarily wasn't a fight as it was, you know, weird wave clears.
Yeah.
Which did get progressively harder, but you know, I don't want to say we never actually felt, you know, necessarily overwhelmed.
No. The last wave got a little spicy. You managed to not kill one of the droidicas before it got to go, so it did give you the spice back.
Just threw it in there, just like spice. But I think the thing that hit I think probably hit the hardest was after that fight. This is actually something I don't really fully agree with, but you know, I'm not like I'm not going to make it. It's all like, that's wrong, you shouldn't have done that. But we lost Master Lago.
Yep. I wanted to establish that the stakes were getting higher, and I wanted to kind of like work on you know, you guys have, for 80 episodes of this campaign, have always kind of had like your backup, like, oh well, Master Lago can take care of this, we can do it from this zone. I kind of wanted to like for we're building towards the finale, I kind of wanted to put that pressure on the players to be like, hey, your safety nets are like sometimes you gotta manage shit yourselves all the time. And technically I think I did my math wrong initially, because it was, decided to do this as kind of this like a percentile thing.
Yeah.
Like, depending on how long this went, I wanted there to be a little bit of randomness, but it could be adjusted. So this is an interesting question I do want to bring up to like the players. Sometimes I feel like I'm at an interesting crossroads where like usually as a GM I like to explain like all the different rules and possibilities, but sometimes that telegraphs stuff too much. Like I don't think I explicitly said, "Hey, there's a literal ticking clock on Master Lago."
No, you kind of did. Like,
yeah, I definitely alluded to like
I did feel
he's gonna be doing this on his own.
Yeah, no, that's why I was like, we're like, all right, we're gonna send Skirk to his side. Actually, did Skirk actually provide any sort of modifier to that?
I don't think directly. Was her weapon even? I'm trying to remember. Was the Master ever slow firing? I'm trying to think. Like, would it have been? I think
is it? I don't remember. Hang on, let me pull it up.
I don't know if it had been like mechanically modeled how much she would have been able to assist.
Yeah, so but that's like the thing. It's like because, like I said, this is like I don't necessarily, me personally, like I said, and I'm not like trying to condemn Omega for this or anything. I personally don't agree that that this should have been Master Logo's living or dying should have been left up to a dice roll. Because like the way you put it is basically every wave it was
20% up.
Yeah, 20% up.
Which, by the way, like I said, means I did my math wrong. It was either 70%, in which case it was a very close miss, or it was a 90. I think it was 70 because you only did 4 waves.
Yeah, but basically that means just depending on how the dice roll, Master Logo could have just immediately bid at round 1, and then we'd all of a sudden had fucking 2 sides to deal with.
No, actually, I should clarify. No, that was the result was like it was not rolled every time. I rolled it at the end.
Oh, okay.
So that's why it was a percentile. I wanted there to be a risk no matter how fast you cleared this. Like, if you guys were, like, lunatics and sent Wevu out to, like, solo 1 wave and all the rest of you stayed in the control room to, like, bang hammers on stuff, I wanted there still to be the potential that he could die out. Because that's just, like, I didn't necessarily want to force it if it was a really low chance, but, you know, there's always the you know, we're dealing with dice. There's always a little bit of randomness. So, no, I rolled it at the end. It was a very close thing because of the percentage. The thing I talk about telegraphing right is I didn't want to say necessarily like, okay, Master Lago has a little bit of a risk involved to him, which I did throw out there. And if you support him yourselves, you guys can edge that out because that's not a choice. I know my players. They would do that. I could imagine it would either be Lucky or Loth would be like you guys would probably ultimately rather leave NPC man because I did give him a very high level and that's not assuming that you would flip him around, right? But I can just imagine like, oh, Master Lago's in danger mechanically and we could stop this. I could see Boots just being like, hey, Duros guy, you've got this. Bye. Like, or you would do that. You would be like, okay, I'll put you 2 over here and then 2 of us over here and the math works out, you know? And I'm kind of shocked by how of a near thing it was. Like I said, I think it was literally like 1% under. And it's all my fault too somehow, damn it, me and my rolling. If I had botched 2 skill checks, despite the fact that I, as the NPC, was rolling the bigger pool of that situation, damn it, me. No, my dice luck is weird. It would have been fine. Like I said, I talked about how I always intended to take him out of the story. Just whether or not it would be permanent and possibly depressing was different. And I want to clarify, since all my players are here listening, I don't want it to be like Master Lago went out like a jobber. He soloed, basically, all those waves that you guys took, the 3 of you. He did that all himself.
Yeah.
I feel like there was a little bit of consternation, and, I mean, I don't mind. Axe should know that the way he phrased some of his comments was arguably way inappropriate for a dramatic moment.
Yes.
Like, Axe, your response was like, he's dead? Is he, like, full of holes? And I'm like, that's not appropriate right now, Axe. The man is dead.
Did I just get a barber knife? Oh, no, it was an item. No, okay, it was a...
Okay, sharp razor.
Yeah.
Okay. What does it do?
I think it's an item drop.
That's cool. But, like, and that's kind of the thing where I did kind of feel like the end of this session was a little bit of an abrupt and a downbeat.
Well, yeah.
It was kind of meant to be a little bit of a downbeat, but, like, I felt like it went over very hard, and I was kind of like, I feel like the dramatic weight of the situation I was trying to do was not necessarily held to.
Well, I was definitely feeling it, but it was also it's one of those moments of like I don't want to say necessarily like, oh god, how do I want to put this? I knew the risks, but you know I still kind of imagined that everything would turn out okay in the end, like it always did. It did not. And that kind of threw me for a loop. Like, that actually, like, happened to me out of character. Like, I was bamboozled, for lack of a better word.
And that happens with any narrative storytelling. Like, this is for anything storytelling related, right? Basically, the audience and the author are constantly calling each other's bluffs, right?
Right.
This is arguably even more so true in some tabletop stuff.
Okay.
So, like, there have been real risk of serious consequences, but usually you guys are just complete lunatics, and it works out.
Yeah.
Apparently, what I've realized is that if it's just me rolling dice, naturally, of course, it won't work out. God damn it. God forbid if I had been rolling to save the... Well, actually, I kind of was, because I was rolling for the NPC you shanghaied into this, too, and he fucked up twice, even though he had, like, no 5. Anyway, we won't go too deep. You guys can listen to the whole thing. And he was stone cold dead. You can't bring... Well, okay.
There is an item,
Technically, if you owned that really expensive, hard-to-use item, yes, you probably could have tried to revive a 5, but that's very niche and also very costly.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, no. So, like... It's always, like we said, it's always this kind of like calling your bluff. Like in your mind, Lucky, you're thinking, he won't actually kill Master Lago though, right? And like I wasn't like, I'm gonna kill Master Lago. It's like, I want this to be a risk.
Yeah.
I don't know what will happen, because that's kind of the beauty of tabletop storytelling sometimes. You like don't know what'll happen. And honestly, I think that's kind of why I decided to go with this route, not just for the narrative purposes of like, I think you guys can like lose a metaphorical support leg. You know, Master Lago can finally get the poor mentor curse, and you guys have to kind of like wrap this up on your own. And it will be very interesting and back and forth. Very great moments, by the way, of the two different role-playing attitudes, where everybody else in the party is like, oh yeah, we should do this, you know, heavy-duty social scene thing. That'll be our way to relax. And you're like, okay, guys, put it this way. Do you think right now Arama is in a good mood to do a social thing? And then everybody was like, oh, yeah, no, yeah, you're right. Yeah, let's go adventure in the desert.
No.
Oh, yeah, no, like, I understand, actually, that you like the other players were bamboozled, just like the way you phrased it was almost comically inappropriate.
Yeah.
It happens sometimes. That happens in real life. It's okay. We're all role-playing here. But yeah, so, like, this is kind of like you were calling my bluff, and then I wasn't bluffing.
Yeah. No, I was a little bamboozled. Like I said, like again, because I did think that you had you explained that you were rolling every time. I was like, wait, but no, if it was only at the end, no, that makes fucking sense. But God, man, yeah, I guess the only thing, like, wish we brought some more NPCs to push buttons.
Yeah, and honestly, like I said, it would have been almost a non-choice for the player characters if I had presented to you the idea that, like, hey, you can assist him out. It wouldn't have been a full combat, by the way, but the idea was you could do a skill check to have the percentage from 20 to 10.
Oh, I understand.
And then if you guys had chosen the high-speed, low-drag, but a very risky route, it would have been even slower. It would have, like, started at 10 and gone to 5 if you, like, speed ran it, but that required you guys to do, like, skill challenges and shit. And had chances of other things fucking up, like maybe you would have broken something. Honestly, other than just as I do kind of feel bad that Crucible doesn't necessarily get. I feel like I don't know if I like communicated her whole character arc very perfectly. I think I'm gonna try that a little better with the Gardner characters, but like
she's very tired.
Yes, basically that was the point. Was like she has been in a, you know, a paranoid shut-in, basically a prisoner in her own house for like 10,000 years or 100,000 years or whatever. It really sucks. It's very boring down here. She doesn't like it, and she's just very tired of this bullshit. And you guys come along, and you helped her out, so she like helped you out, and then she was like, "Okay, cool. I'm gonna space retire now." Crown seems like she's still enthusiastic. She can have my job. Bye.
It's like, did she just go to like a low power state, or did she just like the leader state?
She basically shut down her core processing and like. So I've talked about before. The Gardeners have kind of like a molecular computing thing. She basically kind of like gave her knowledge that mattered and her experience to Crown, and then just shut off her core processor. So it's kind of like a weird computer self-suicide, but she also gave parts of her programming to Crown. So Crown can run the parts you want to run, and you don't have to worry about that. If you guys had actually like fucked up holding the line, she would have offered a much more dramatic self-sacrifice. She would have like exposed her power core and been like, "Yo, stab my heart. It'll break everything. They can't fuck with it. Do it." And then you guys had to been like, no, we can't sacrifice you. And she would have been like, do it, motherfucker, you won't. And then Boots would have done it.
Oh, we're gone. Bye.
You. Oh, that's kind of cute. You just sit on the back. Later, suckers. Oh, just smash through the wall. That's great. It's a great little jump thing.
Thank you, my dude.
Yes, Loth, I understand your psychology. You are absolutely you are definitely one of my headliners for like pulling the bitch thing. Like, bitch, do it, you bitch, and you'll be like, okay. Loth can't resist a smart-ass remark.
Ooh,
at least
hatchet heal. While airborne. Ooh, and I have lethal boots. I'm gonna start. I'm gonna practice. Ooh. Oh wait, but I'm not done. I'm not done with fucking the base. See, here's the thing. Like, I'm only using the weapons that I have a technique that I can use with. So I'm just like,
yeah.
Ooh, teleports. Nice.
Yes. I don't know. Like, and we might even do that in pre-build up to next time. So I have the next that we talked about. I have the next thing sketched out. I have my usual intro session stuff. I think I have an interesting. Like, I haven't deep dived into some of the stuff, though. I'm planning on. It'll be kind of a similar style to how the last adventure went, where there'll be like different routes and nodes, but there'll be less nodes and you'll be able to choose more. You'll be able to like plan your itinerary a little. So I've written the descriptions, but haven't written the in-depth for it. And I actually don't know if I will. Like, I actually expect we'll probably have you guys like go to the new place and plan your. I'm gonna play some piano.
No, it doesn't look like it. Might be something later. Yeah.
And like have you guys like get briefed and plan your itinerary. That could technically shoot me in the foot if you guys decide to like maximum logical shortcut. But I have like I know you guys' style. I kind of know how I can frame stuff where it'll be like, okay, you could skip some of this, but maybe you don't want to skip some of this because then you're jumping into the unknown unknowns, and you guys don't like that.
No.
You know, if you guys. And then that'll kind of put you in the right of planning anyway. Also, I have another excuse. I'm gonna get to you through your wallets. It's been established in the fiction the planet you're going to is a minor hub of commerce, which means their rarity only goes up +1.
Is that gonna throw a fucking Buer at me? Oh, it's a Buer armor.
That's cool.
Ah, bull! It's a winged bull. It's Red Bull. It's Zagan. He gave me beast milk. Just the.
But yeah, so literally, this is a planet with thriving commerce and marketplaces. So you're gonna get whatchamacallit? You're gonna get better. Like, you won't do the double cost. So that's how I'll get you. I'll be like, hey, you ever wanted to buy something for not double money?
Stop hitting me! Fuck.
Great.
Do I have any?
But yeah, so I think that should set us on our route. And like I said, you guys can pick your things. I think I've accounted for like some of your tactical flexibility and options. It's in my notes. If you guys decide you want to be unsubtle and you want to haul Sierra Mobile across space and time and use that to go on your desert adventure, you can do that.
I mean, that
might be, like I said, that might be slightly unsubtle, but you know, we'll work with that.
Well, it depends on, again, it's going to depend. Hey, there's a well.
Yeah, I've got like 2 stages of briefing. There's like on-site briefing and then there's pre-site briefing, possibly with some knowledge rolls. So we're gonna work it out. Yeah, I suspect you guys may ride over there in the Redeemer anyway because it's a nice, safe, comfortable ride. You don't have to worry about.
Mm-hmm.
You guys have been ambushed by pirates before in space.
Yes.
But yeah, so like we had some kind of sour notes, and like I said, I don't know if some of the stuff I wanted to do resonated perfectly, but that's kind of how RPG gaming is, you know. You don't always know what will hit perfect. I think the bits I wanted to hit perfect, hit pretty good, and we'll probably have a little bit of like, you know, you can do some emotional closure and stuff. There is like a small Jedi enclave on Sohaliv, so like they will probably do the funeral scene from the end of Phantom Menace for Master Lago.
Mm-hmm.
You can decide if you actually want to keep his lightsaber.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but we'll see. But
and we can get into the further adventures of you guys and stuff in what I'm sure will not be a deeply dramatic moment because all the characters are going through stuff in what should otherwise be a routine trip to the ancient alien drugstore for some ancient alien archaeological milk.
Yeah, no, like, I've already, like, because that's something I've actually been thinking about is, how would my character change from this? And, like, I'll let you, I'll let you know on this. Arma's about to go from a more defensive-oriented kind of strike person to a more offensive. Because in her mind right now, this was all happened because the fucking separatists wouldn't refuse to learn their goddamn lesson. No matter how many times we bloody their nose or show them that, you know, they can't necessarily get one on us, off on us, they still keep trying. So clearly, Arma feels like she needs to finally just, you know, solve this fucking problem.
Yeah, you've been fairly reactive, and that is actually true. You got the way the campaign has been structured is you guys have been fairly reactive. So in Arma's mind, she's like, okay, fuck it, we're gonna go proactive.
And her
which, by the way, will mesh perfectly with my idea for basically the last segment of adventures, because that will, the way I've got it in my head, and I think I talked about this before, is basically that will be like slightly fewer options, right? But more like lines as you guys literally start advancing into the other continent with the goal of taking the Separatist core base. Like, you guys will be like, all right, in this mission, we're going to attack their islands and get their island base so we can, you know, use the supply line. Or we're going to go to their creepy ruins they've got filled with ancient alien artifacts and fuck up their archaeological department, you know?
Yeah. So, like, Arma's basically gonna, like, basically, the way I see that, Arma's basically going to use this, you know, desert planet trip as a chance to, what's the word I want to use? Compartmentalize and recontextualize what she is, and then at the gala, she's be like, she's gonna announce the grand offensive.
And that will work out well, because I have some complications, some fun subplots, and also just some general things. I gotta dig up a couple NPC names. Like, I don't even know if I fucking remember the name of the mayor for Iridu. I think it's probably in my notes somewhere.
I think I have it written down somewhere myself, too, but yeah.
Yeah, I will probably need to double check that if I can't find it. But, like, he'll show up. We've talked before about how Sohaliv is not big enough to have their own senator yet. That will probably be a plot line in there, is getting, like, a sub-senator or an adjunct or whatever the fuck it was called. I looked up fake-ass Star Wars political systems before, so there was a word for it, right? But, like, probably getting not a full-blown elected senator, but getting a dedicated representative to Sohaliv's interest, because, you know, it's kind of been a major theme of this campaign that you guys have been busting your balls to, like, make people give as much a shit about Sohaliv as you guys do.
Is that Shovel Knight? That is literally Shovel Knight.
Yeah, that looks like a Shovel Knight cameo. I mean, he's taller than Shovel Knight normally is, but yeah, he's a knight with a shovel.
He's blue. He has the dual horns.
Yeah, he's doing the thing. He literally just did the move.
He's attacking.
The other thing that's great about Indie Space. Also, he's kicking your ass. Jeez.
Yeah, he just... Okay, God, fuck. He was just flinging that dirt everywhere.
I bet you can get a shovel from him if you kill him enough, or get a cool skill to throw dirt or something. So, does it seem like every enemy has a corresponding shard drop?
If I remember, I think... Yeah, like, because, okay, so the Mort doesn't, but it looks like...
Oh, okay, you can access your Monsterpedia. Literally check, that's good.
Yeah, so, like, I haven't got every one of them, but...
Yeah, it does kind of look like every guy has a shard. Seems like possible. All right, that's cool. But yeah, so like that'll probably be like a major point. Like, you guys are actually gonna meet the senator for the sector, and he will have his own motives and motivations, which you guys can interact with. He will probably have staff who will have their own motivations. You guys can probably meet up with some of your militia friends. You know, have some discussions there. You guys have done a lot to turn them into a real PDF force, so they're going to be present. And also, because it's me, there will be wacky shenanigans that are references to pop culture.
Yay.
And hopefully we can have some kind of interesting subplots and see what you guys latch onto. Like I said, I'm not planning the... Also, quote-unquote spoilers, but I can tell you guys the names of the adventures. This next segment, the document adventure, is named Desert Crusaders. It is also in no way influenced by the fact that I also just beat the Uncharted that's in the desert. If you guys end up wandering through the desert, that's not my problem. Or is it? I'll be interested to see what you guys think about stuff. I mean, Lucky has access to our YouTube channel history. He knows that I have occasionally been jamming to JoJo music. That has been while I've been writing.
I'm scared of the Shovel Knight. He's very strong. Ooh.
we will not do it right away because I have so many other games we can run and do stuff with. But I do like the idea of a sequel campaign to Sohaliv because you guys have set up so much stuff that will be so interesting in the Rebel period. Like, there will be so many, like, weird, like, Imperial facilities on Sohaliv to investigate all this weird crap you've found and left behind, and sometimes broken. You know, but there will also be all these guys who are Jedi loyalists who are ready to, you know, become rebel movements because, gee, they're going to remember that Arama was a really nice lady who was concerned about their problems. That don't sound like no Jedi traitor to me, Baba Joe Bob. I think that Emperor's full of swamp shark manure. You know, all kinds of nonsense could come up from that, but I don't know when we'd get to that. I just like the idea.
I mean, we can always keep it in the back pocket and the things to eventually play.
Oh. Sequel campaigns are fun sometimes. I also, I won't elucidate what exactly, but I've also realized moments where I can make references to, like, other Star Wars stuff we've done. That'll be pretty funny when the two people who get the joke catch it. I mean, there are plenty of planets that have shaky Imperial control. Here's the problem. Sohaliv won't have shaky Imperial control. You guys have unfortunately built a lot of cool bases for the Empire to just move on in on. Mm-hmm. You have given them stable control. They have all the bases they need to sit at. They've got an air base. You know, you're building new cities, all kinds of stuff.
I think I'm gonna. Well, I wonder if we should. I'm pretty sure. Fucking Crown could do some way to secure herself or something.
Yes.
From Imperial control. But yeah, I think that's probably the only one that's probably not gonna be taken. Probably.
Yeah. And I mean, and as we've established, if Crown's not cooperating, or she goes away, or she like beams herself into space or something, or just locks up the North Pole again, because that already happened already. Then that also means the World Forge doesn't work, which is good because y'all know that would just like literally the evil Duros archaeologist Bell Tot is probably gonna stay on, and he's gonna be fucking Operation Paperclipped by the Imperials. So he'll just put on an Imperial uniform in a couple of years and just do his old thing. No, I suspect that the Northland tribesmen are going to become like their own distinct flavor of rebel group in the future. Because remember, they had this whole weird culture about the Republic and the Jedi, in addition to their own, some of them having their own Force tradition, which is not a big thing for the Imperials. So they will probably be one group. Members of the PDF will probably be another, and then they will probably just be straight up swamp people who are going to be like, nah. You guys have done a lot. We'll dissect some future stuff and do some epilogues. I have some ideas to like capstone various characters and do some things, and kind of like in my mind I've known for a long time like what I want the ultimate climax to be like, but I've been double checking my notes and I have a very clear idea about how this will resolve. Mm-hmm. There'll be lots of personal conflict and also the weird esoteric stuff you guys have come to enjoy out of me. You know, I mean, it's a space opera, space fantasy thing with pulp stuff. It's, you know, you got a lot of wiggle room in Star Wars. God, and our desert adventure will be interesting. I think I had some fun designing different explicitly desert environments, you know?
Mm-hmm, yeah. Oh, shit, he got me. Ah, stop it! There, I mastered it. Fuck, okay. I can move on. So I'm gonna equip the lethal boots.
Get your heel kick. Down the square.
Oh yeah, it has to be. Hang on, it was... Oh, wow, so okay.
In midair, it's down plus... Yeah, you do a fucking heel kick drop. Pretty good. Got a wide range. This is something, like I said earlier, I really like this over Symphony of the Night, is you seem to have a wide variety of moves with a wide variety of hit areas.
Yeah.
Which is something Core Symphony was not very good at. Very limited selection of weapons, and while you did have access to spells, which sometimes had different hit stuff, a lot of that was weird. Like, you could summon spirits to kind of like homing missile bullet enemies, or you could damage everybody on screen. Alucard has access to Dracula's classic teleport and shoot 3 fireballs move. But that's, you know, teleport and shoot 3 fireballs. These Shovel Knights, man, damn.
Oh, I got a shard. Is it a shovel? So I can just summon the shovel armor and set it up on dudes.
Aw, that's nice.
Got an augment and
That's pretty fun.
God damn it, fuck.
But yeah, so there's
Ah!
I've got some ideas going forward. We are winding down the campaign, like I said, but we're not done yet either. I have side plots to wrap up, and also a couple of interesting side plots to go at. And I'm gonna try with a few enemies to like or obstacles, adversaries, obstacles, situations to engage with, those last little bits of some of the character arcs occasionally. While a lot of like some of Wevu's core backstory conflicts are hard to work in because you guys are in the middle of nowhere and not likely to go anywhere. Thematically, I can still hearken to a lot of stuff in her issues. Martha even been talking about taking an obligation for Wevu to like reflect the fact that she has inner conflict about stuff, and she's constantly thinking about this other problem that is completely unrelated to the bullshit you guys are already dealing with. And I'm like, I'm totally down for this. You can just add some obligation. Also, the amount of times I've rolled like 16 or 17 on the ob chart and it hasn't triggered because Lucky's the only one with obligation. So sad. But like thematically, I think we'll get some interesting stuff. And we'll involve the other characters in things too. We'll probably wrap up some NPC arcs. It'll be a fun time. We'll get in there. Fun. Oh yeah. If we have no further comments about the Star War. That, by the way, that prompt wasn't meant to be that open-ended. I had to pause to think to use my brain to type.
Mm-hmm.
But I did, over the last week, also wrap up those items, the artifacts in the pork section.
Oh, I have not looked at that.
I have not written the adversary section. I haven't even sketched out what they would be. I'll figure it out sometime. I've been firing on a lot of cylinders on a lot of projects. Like I said, gotta carve out some time. To work on the new adventure as I do. So, and like I said, I haven't even fully written that. I just wrote enough setup and enough sketch notes that like
ring.
I can let you kind of like figure out what you're doing. And I may end up straight up not writing some segments because I know that you guys already won't go there.
Yeah.
We'll figure it out. It saves me time. That is something I have been trying to improve because I realize this campaign has not gone on longer than we wanted, but has gone on longer than it needed in some areas. So I'm trying to tighten up my writing a little bit. And like work on more direct vignettes. And because obviously when we started this, we hadn't really played with Lothar Axe before. So like to kind of really grasp what our current ensemble of player characters, like what everybody's time on target is, how fast you move through stuff, and like it's something I've really been trying to hammer out with these last couple of adventures and sometimes have whiffed on is realize when you guys will take something that's like very small and minor and just run with it for like a whole basically encounter or whatever, right? Sometimes that goes too far. In retrospect, as much as it was a cool reference to Amazon Trail and whatnot, the weird plague thing probably dragged on longer than it needed. It was kind of fun for you guys to like kill time and relax and do stuff, but it was not on point for the adventure necessarily. And you guys took to that one hard. We will stay here until we have fixed this town. All right. As Arama literally fixes the town because she has nothing better to do.
Yeah.
Well, Boots does science.
Science.
So like for the way I'm styling the vignettes for this new adventure, like I said, that I called Desert Crusaders, is I'm gonna be more lean and mean. Less random tables, more just like, okay, you go here, this happens. Maybe it's like a small character building vignette, maybe it's like a skill challenge, maybe it's a fight with some bandits or a wild animal. I get to bust out new horrifying animals. Maybe it's something more esoteric. At the end, you're going to go to a place that's going to be probably underground. It's going to be another gardener structure. So it's going to be full of weird traps and automatons and other dumb shit. You're going to have... But so, Jinsekai stuff. I managed to get the artifacts done. Is this... Yeah, I guess this is lined up correct. It does seem a little small. Is it only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7? I mean, 8's not that bad. I think the dwarf ones are like 8 or 9.
Oh, I did get a shovel.
I may or may not come with some more.
Is it a weapon, though, or is it an item? That's the important thing I need to learn.
Well, there's a couple of weapons here. There's a spread of weapons, and there's a spread of items.
Yes! I do just have a shovel.
That's also pretty rad.
Oh, you got a sapphire, too. Okay.
I mean, also, like, you will be able to pick your own survivalist experience. If you guys literally want to ride camels in the desert, because that's very subtle, you know, you probably can do that.
I don't know, Armand might be saying fuck subtlety. Who knows? I'm not sure. I gotta see how things...
Arma taking the Harry Dresden route. Fuck subtle. But so the pork stuff we did, I did, we got the brute ball. That's an item. It's technically a weapon, but also you can just use it for fun. You know, it is usually made with pig or deer skin. Kind of lumpy and heavy, but you can throw it. I do not write down the actual rules of brute ball. They're whatever the fuck you want. Teams of 5 to 12, depending on the variant. You move the ball down the field by running, passing, or any other way you can think of. You can block, tackle, steal, etc. Very intensive at best. The brute ball is funny because it is technically a ranged weapon. It's a plus 0 damage weapon with crit 5, so it's kind of like a blunt weapon thing. But, you know, you can throw it to short range. It's got disorient 2, and it does stun damage. It's not lethal, so you can have fun there. And you can spend 2 advantage to either have it return to you or to have it return to an ally within short range of you. So you can bank it off guys and hand it to allies, which can lead to some funny moves, I think, in combat, if you wanted to use it. Or you can just buy it and use it as a ball. I did the stats on Glorious Clan Warpaint. Basically, the idea is, you know, a combination of like alchemy, innate magic, and just believing. You can style yourself up in a Warpaint clan. You buy the paint, you select a general skill, you describe what the paint's color and pattern is. Once you apply it properly for about an hour, you add a boost die to all rolls of that general skill until the paint is removed, either wearing off like after a day, going out of your way to wash it off, etc. And then I have some examples. It's a bulleted list because of course it is. It talks about like the different patterns, like for instance the Bright Moon Clan Warpaint pattern is silver and royal violet. Patterns of clouds and fog and moonlight adds a boost to stealth checks. Whereas the, you know, like say Firewalker Clan paint, and they are described as being, you know, settled in the red mountains and volcanic caverns. It's charcoal and burnt sienna and patterns of smoke and flames, adds boost to resilience checks. Some of them are more esoteric. You know, the Wave Rider one is sea salt and azurite pigment in the shape of waves and storm clouds. Adds a boost to operating checks, which are used for boats. So yeah, it's as long as it's not a combat skill, you can do it as esoteric as you want. And these are just examples. So like literally, you can come up with whatever clan you want, just so long as you are required. It says in the rules, you have to describe the paint's colors and patterns. You can't do it otherwise. So you got to know when you get it what you're getting into. So that's pretty fun. There is also the Golden Axe. Yeah. The legendary weapon of the Axe Saint. It's painted in golden electrum, covered in gems and stuff. The story is that it was augmented over time, blessed by a spirit, and constantly remade over and over again. He left it behind. When he was taken away into the heavens, but then his followers fought over it, so it's lost. Oh no, where could it be? It's somewhere.
Voice
so
changer.
it's a really good axe. It's like, you know, +5, Sunder, Superior, Vicious 3, Reinforced, Pierce 2, Defensive 1. Big stonking axe. Very heavy. E5. But, you know, big damage. Also, it's got kind of like an earth elemental attack. Once per encounter, as an action, you can strike the ground, and then all enemies at short range have to make a discipline check or be knocked down and take some wounds equal to your willpower. All over. And if you're not a pork, the axe is cumbersome 5, because fuck you. It's a big fucking axe. It's designed for that guy. Not for you. The cleaver or the pork knife is basically Sphere's version of any boxy square knife that is also a tool.
Machete.
It can work as a hatchet, a machete, a gardening tool, a butcher's knife, sidearm in a fight, anything like that. They're long, straight, thick-bladed, made out of a suppler iron or steel, so you can do repeated blows. The back is usually flat, but sometimes it is a saw blade, so you can, bone saw plants, work wood, cut bread, whatever the fuck. It could hypothetically end in a gut hook for, like, gutting fish or enemies. It's just, a very simplistic, practical weapon. It has a very decent, damage stat line. It's got basically the stats of a sword, without defensive. +2 damage, 2 crit, engaged, pierce 1, sunder, vicious 1. And you get a boost die on survival checks when you've got one. Just straight up. It's a tool. It's also a knife. Knife tool.
Oh, I know where I am now again. Sweet.
That's always a great sensation when you're wandering a castle and you're like, oh yeah, I'm back here. Hey, cool.
I know where I am. Well, it just means I was literally trapped because in this part you fall down and you can't get back up. So I was a little worried,
yeah, you got to do the loop all the way around and then get back. And then you made a shortcut just now because you got that lever to open that door.
Yep.
Classic. The pork powered armor is statted. It is an alchemical armor of plate iron that covers the whole body, and it does kind of what you'd expect. I modeled this off for some power armors in Star Wars, so it's probably the single toughest armor out there. Defense 1, Soak 3 by default.
Soak 3, Jesus.
Yeah. It's tough. While you're wearing it, your brawn is treated as 1 higher. This doesn't increase your soak or wound threshold unless your brawn is already 6. Then you add 2 boost dice to brawn-based checks. You upgrade all your athletics check once, and you remove 2 black die from skill checks due to environmental factors, concealment, or darkness. Because your eyes are glowing orange with the power of the alchemical furnace. However, it has to be basically custom made to the wearer. If it's not tailored for you, you upgrade the difficulty of your brawn and agility-based checks once. You've got about fuel for enough 4 hours. If you run out of fuel, the encumbrance is treated as 12, so it's really fucking heavy. You lose the brawn and athletics bonus, and its defense becomes 0. So basically, you can only use it for a few hours at a time, but if you fuel it up, which is mostly a narrative thing, you can get some of the best armor in the game. And it is not exclusive to pork, but it has to be tailored for you, so,
Pork are wild sometimes.
Yeah, I made that a whole backstory thing. That's a whole plot thread you can bring up, because I put Clan Ironside in the...
Oh, it's semi-tracking. Okay, neat.
In the thing. The snowshoes are actually statted, because I figured that would make a good small item to throw in there and how much they cost. You add a boost die to checks to cross appropriate terrain, like if you're doing skill checks or whatever, but add a black die to checks to move rapidly, such as if you're doing a race or a sprint or something, because you can't really move super fast in snowshoes. They're not meant for speed. They're meant for distributing your weight properly.
Mm-hmm.
It's in here. The storm bow is added. I talked about that. It's a crossbow with blast, basically. It's pretty powerful. Heavy crossbow, so it's like base damage 10, only short range, but it's down. Some fun stuff. And the warp pipe. Yeah! Which is basically a pragmatic tool. It's influenced by, like it mentions that it's kind of like the sort of Kiseru pipes that would be common in Longu, which are actually like metal bowl and metal tip, so they are just metal. But like, in the actual backstory, there's not a real reason for those to be weaponized for Longu, so the pork are like, we'll weaponize that for you. Because that is actually a thing. Like, it was a thing for various like that was a Kabukimono thing to like have a really like heavy long Kiseru. You just used like a club.
Mm-hmm.
Or when peasants weren't allowed to have swords, well-off peasants would have really well-made Kiserus that were really artistically designed pipes that you could also hit people with. So the war pipe is just a really long, heavy metal pipe that you can improvise as a club. It's got pretty basic bludgeoning weapon stats, plus 2 damage, 4 crit, engaged range. Disorient 2, but inaccurate 2. It's not really balanced to be a club, but you can club with it. You can also smoke with it. Anybody who's trying to figure out if it's a weapon adds 2 black to their perception check, so you can, conceal it. And also, as a fun fact, as a maneuver, you can light the pipe, and then for the rest of the encounter, your weapon has the burn 2 quality. So it's a melee weapon with burn, if you wanted to. Or it's just a cool pipe. But, you know, it's got that classic, like, I am completely disarmed. I just have my humble smoking pipe. What's this? Betrayal? Bonk! You know, just that classy moment of you're in the bar, you had to leave all your, you know, or you're in the spa, you had to leave all your weapons. Suddenly, you know, cultists or thugs come to collect your shin bones or whatever. Everybody is like, oh no, we're disarmed. And then the guy smoking in the corner is like, I've never... Bonk.
Bonk. Bonkus. Actually, that is a good idea. Let me try grabbing the fucking Iron Maiden.
Oh yeah, those are kind of shaped like the obstacles. That might make sense.
No.
Learning. Game design.
Yeah!
Sick.
Oh, I gotta... Oh, okay, I gotta use it as a platform.
Oh,
okay.
you could stand on it. Neat. That makes sense. Okay.
Neat. Okay, thank you. I wouldn't have thought of that. I keep forgetting I have this ability.
I mean, that is the one thing that does happen sometimes with a lot of these Metroidvania type games is you get a couple of abilities and you've been living with them out for like, you know, for like an hour or two and you're like, oh yeah, I can do that now. Right. At the very least, the normal objects you can move with the hand are like glowing white.
Yeah, I gotta remember that.
But yeah, so I just have to write the adversaries bit and then, you know, come up with some stat lines, and then it'll be on to mobs and stuff when I chip out some of those moments. Talk about some actual like interesting different little, you know, different things you can run into: animals, enemies, mobs, stuff.
Did I not go over here? I didn't. I got a Kung Fu vest! Okay, wait.
Neat.
Oh, it actually increases my strength. Fuck yeah. This is great. I do not become Kung Fu, though. Oh well.
It does seem like that's the one thing that doesn't change is your dress. It's probably more complex.
Yeah.
All right.
What's
Well,
over here?
I've been doing a lot of talking because I got a lot of things to look through. Lucky, I know you said you didn't really do a lot, but I do know that you are continuing your saga of being able to access YouTube and Crunchyroll and shit. You know, you watch anything interesting? You catch up on some stuff or anything you want to bring up to the people?
Oh. I'm trying to think necessarily what might be interesting. So, let's see here. I got caught up on a couple things. I'm trying to think like what is the best to talk about here. So something new that I watched, this might come as a little bit of a surprise, but I started watching The Daily Life of the Immortal King, which is not a Japanese anime. It's actually a Chinese anime. So it's on Netflix. And the best way I could describe it is it's basically the Chinese version of Psyche, the anime with the psychic, the user who's just trying to live a normal life. It's basically that, except a lot less cringy gags, I want to say. And it's all in Chinese, which is a little weird because, like I said, I would say that I normally don't watch a lot of like, wow, I fell down. I usually don't watch it, but you know, it's entertaining. It's done by the same fucking. God, I swear, the fucking, this is like the only Chinese animation company. Ooh, Towers of the Twin Dragon. Okay. That is the place. I don't want to go there yet.
I wonder if at the top, maybe you fight some twin dragons.
I hope not. Let's not go that way. But that's pretty good. It's on Netflix right now. It was one of those things of like, I can give this a try and see how it is, and I like it so far. Oh, save point. Give me my health, please. Thanks.
Netflix often gets me that way.
Yeah, no, I don't know why I looked that up. I was just looking on things on Netflix to watch, because I was just in that kind of mood. But I haven't finished it. Let's see here though. What the? It's a bull. Oh wait, I'm trying to. What the fuck? Zachy, what did you just do? Zachy, what is that? Ah, it's shooting lasers. It's a light elemental.
That's kind of interesting. That is a thing that that shows up occasionally in original Castlevanias. You sometimes fight enemies who are holy.
Interesting. Okay. Was not expecting that.
It's kind of interesting to have that back as well.
Mm-hmm.
Probably gives you some. Also makes sense in this game because it's got a lot of that. You know, obtaining shards. Probably has a shard.
Bridge of Evil.
Up eventually to get.
Is there just a briefcase on
powers?
There's just a briefcase.
Is
that a bunny girl? Is that a bunny? It's a bunny girl. It's Lily. It's. What did I get? I am.
It better be bunny ears.
It's Bunny Morphus transform into a lily. What? Hang on. Hang the fuck on.
What I was gonna say is, shout out to the person who named all these locations: the Tower of Twin Dragons, the Bridge of Evil, the Silent Garden thing. Okay, great.
There's no reason for me to be able to turn into a bunny girl, but here I am.
Yeet.
Oh wait, I'm actually doing a fuck ton of damage now all of a sudden.
Also, that's just like a floating dog head. That's
yes.
a little weird. That's weird.
That's weird. I completely lost where I was going with that because I was surprised by turning into a not succubus.
We were just talking about, you know, picking up random stuff on Netflix. I don't think you had much to say more about. God, what was the name? Full name again.
Daily Life of the Immortal King. Well, that's the thing. That's the thing I like about, like, I was actually thinking about it. Like, so many shows, like so many I guess I want to say cultures have like different ways they want to express things. Like in Chinese media, there's a big emphasis on cultivation stories. Developing your chakras, ascending the realms, making like sweet pills and potions and stuff to, improve your inner
there's
alchemy.
not multitudinous layers for that cultural context. Spoilers, there is. Cultural context is important.
Yeah. But like you see a lot of that in Chinese media, like especially in their fiction, because and I'm not saying it's not present in like Western and Japanese things, because we have our like alchemist stories, but it's just something that seems so ingrained. It's so, but I don't even know what I'm trying to say with this, but I find it interesting. Like it's like same with like a Korean Korean stories. Like I don't know why, but for some odd reason, anytime I'm like reading like a Korean light novel or anything, it seems like the main character is always just super obsessed about making money. I'm about to die. Good job, mate. Good job.
I mean, that doesn't shock me based on what I understood the joke of Gangnam Style. There is actually a lot. I mean, also that's the plot of Parasite, I think, which I haven't watched but understand the rough outline of. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of wealth disparity in Korea and a lot of really flashy spending if you're rich.
Yeah. So I guess that could be it, but it's just like, do I not have Bunny Moses anymore? Oh, did I lose it?
Oh no, if you got set back and you didn't save since then, yeah, probably.
No, I lost it. Oh well, I know where it is. Honestly, I should probably go back. And fucking, update like the quests I've done and stuff. I've just been
You've punched some enemies and stuff. You can talk to that angry lady again.
Picking up fairy medicine and fairy dust. Drugs. But oh, I can get on its back. Huh. Oh, knocked me off. Oh wait, is this a? Hey, big guy, can you come over here for a second?
Probably.
Oh, okay, I can't. There's nothing up here. Son of a bitch. You die.
it's very interesting to watch this game, right? And like, obviously, like I said, I just came off Symphony of the Night. Playing a Castlevania. I can see what are obvious references, like spiritual successors. Like they were called Gorgons because it was like the old D&D, metal bull Gorgon mistranslation. But like there were metal bulls that breathe stone gas, right?
Yep.
Those were an enemy, and they look very similar to those winged bulls, only without the obviously the enemies in this don't breathe stone gas at you. But you could also ride on their backs. Just like, but you could do that.
Oh.
Before you even did it, like there's a lot of little touches which are very interesting and nice, but also it's clearly doing its own kind of thing in a lot of places, which is good, doing improvements.
I think like a good way to put this game is this is a game that does a lot of things different, but also keeps a lot of things the same.
Yeah, it is very clearly homaging something old while also still being something new. Which is a very delicate balance, but that's the thing we've been yelling about today. I think it's a great. Ooh, that sharp is green.
Oh, I summoned a familiar. Oh, is he just gonna hang out with me? Sweet.
If these are like the familiars in Symphony of the Night, yeah, they just hang out with you and they do specific things, and then they also level up.
Well, yeah.
They level up in this.
Well,
yeah,
I can level. It's a shard, so I can level up like I level up any other familiar.
Yeah. So basically, as you grow in familiar levels, they will probably do more and more. Like the familiars in Symphony of the Night are basically useless for like 2 or 3 levels of grinding, and then they activate their hidden powers. My favorite is the sword. He's a floating sword, and eventually he turns into a weapon you can use. The fairy kind of just follows you around and uses helpful items for you.
Well, let's see what happens. Actually, that's right. I haven't got whatever the flying sword was. I wonder if that is literally just a flying sword that'll attack things. I'm curious now.
That would be a nice Castlevania reference, will also be useful. Ow.
Oh, that's right. I have That's right. I don't have the throw knife at well, not on my boots. Okay. I am back. Welcome back. It's me. Hey, everybody.
That definitely seems to be like almost like a smarter way of handling like sub-weapon type stuff is combinations of shards and weapon text.
Yeah, no,
that was a problem. That was a thing that was always annoying for me in Symphony, and I think in some of the other Castlevania games we swap the sub-weapon. It's like, okay, the knife is really cool now, but like later I'm gonna want the holy water. I don't want the holy water now. Time stuff's really cool, but it doesn't work on some enemies. It's really relevant when I fight this boss.
I like how Zangetsu is telling me where to find the fucking ability things. Apparently wherever... Because Miriam is just like... Dominic's like, oh yeah, Zangetsu can double jump, and Miriam's like, no, he can't! And then apparently Zangetsu left a message like in the shrine to the printed word, seek the demon bounding across the sky.
So it's just like, it's pro tip on how you can get the double jump shard.
Yeah.
Nice.
Kind of dig it. Sell one of those. Release Toad.
But alright, we've been going for over 3 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Lucky obviously had lots to say about this game over those 3.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully you've talked about any other subjects you've got out of the way.
Yeah, well, unfortunately with anime, I have been watching a lot, but I've been mostly trying to keep up and catch up with old things. Like, I watched Asteroid in Love, but that came out like a long time ago. But it's just one of those things that I was like, I'm just trying to get through this. I'm just trying to get through all this stuff.
Yeah, I got a lot of old shit myself to catch up, both anime and non-anime over time eventually. I've been doing a lot of watching of stuff, different things, cycling through shows, so I'm sure I'll get to some stuff eventually. It's like, hey, I'll probably catch up and watch that Invincible show that's supposed to be pretty cool on the Amazon Prime sometime when I get to it.
Mm-hmm.
I do want to watch that season of The Shaman Kings because I like it. It's cool. But that's also true where, like, just sometimes catching up and binging on shit doesn't necessarily make good topics.
Yeah. Let's see. Oh, I can make a kukri now.
That's cool.
Wait, didn't I need a kukri for something? Hang on, I'm trying to remember if there was another... Like, there's a lot of things to keep. There's a lot of little fiddly bits in here, which... That's Hatchet Hill, Rapid Fire... Was it in Journal? Yeah, here it was. Let's see here. That was... that one, that one, Lance... Hatchet Hill, that's what I'm working on now. I did that one. Critical. Crimson Storm, Katana. Oh, that's a deflect. Neat. This was like a rapid fire. Okay, no, there wasn't a reason I needed the kukri. But yeah, no, it's no, like I said, I'm trying to keep watching up on watching stuff. I don't even remember why I went on Netflix. Honestly, I just did.
I mean, it's funny, that could use as a segue to the last thing I want to talk about.
Oh,
it may have been because you did say you might want to watch the She-Ra remake on Netflix.
Oh, that's true.
Because I did watch it, and I still love that show and watch clips of it often. So you may have gone on there and been distracted by Netflix, because Netflix is very, very good at that.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Every day there's new shit. I can't keep up on it all. There's the documentary about Bob Ross Inc. and kind of how like I said, the corporate for Bob Ross as a brand are kind of scummy apparently is out, and people are like incensed.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, I haven't sat down and watched that yet. And they always got new stuff, new TV shows, new things they're recommending to me. Some of which I watch, and many of which I just add to my list and forget about until I feel bored about stuff. But it is funnily enough, that does kind of segue into something that I kind of want to throw there at the end there.
Oh, really?
Which is that, well, we've talked about this a little bit, but I've been looking at my budgetation, and it's coming towards the end of the month, and I haven't really spent a lot this month than on essentials and stuff. I do got some other stuff I got to work out, but I did pick up off the drive-thru RPG the game Thirsty Sword Lesbians.
Oh, nice.
And I have skimmed it earlier today. And it is, it's basically exactly as advertised. I think it's pretty well written. Like, it talks a lot about it's very clearly an evolution of concepts of, like, social commentary and inclusiveness and all this in RPGs in, like, a good way.
Mm-hmm.
Like, figuring out how to, set up things and work with players. It talks about lines and veils, which I feel like went out of mode for a while. A lot of people weren't talking about it. It mentions, like, both the X card and the check-in card idea. Unfortunately, there's still no... I believe this game was, like, kickstarted during the pandemic or came out during this. Like, guys, I can't... There's no physical table. I can't put a card with an X on it, and if players make an X gesture, that doesn't do anything. This is one thing that I'm still upset about sometimes, as a person who's been gaming online for, like, basically forever, for, like, 10 years, and nobody, when they write a game that is in a PDF that I bought on the internet, has any kind of tips for, like, hey, if you're doing this over, like, a Discord or Skype or something, here's what you do. But, like, it honestly, like, seems very mature and, like, approaching everything in, like, no, really, be, like, inclusive and friendly to your players and don't freak anybody out, but also you're here to, tell really, really dramatic stories about player connections and other stuff. But also don't weird anybody out. Don't freak anybody out. There's a table for ideas about how to flirt in the game, some of which are not good ideas in real life. I suspect the ones that aren't good ideas in real life is show interest in their sword, suplex a boulder, do crimes together. By the way, yes, do crimes together is just an entry on the list.
I love it. I love it.
But, like, it's good because this is a game that under its... The core aspect of what this game is about is, well, yes, obviously it's about queer tropes. I can say that. That's not like an insult. It's very clearly about those things. It is meant to be it's called Thirsty because it is about intimate connections, which can be romantic or sexual. There's the entice move. There's moves about kissing. There's a condition called smitten, which you can declare you as a player declare you are smitten at any time, or as part of results of moves. And this has other results because you develop little crushes on people. It's great.
I love this.
It's about swords because the way they pitched it is two reasons. One is because melee combat puts you at an intimate distance, which really works for the themes of the game. For instance, you can, if you're at sword range, you're at kiss range. Kissing in dramatic moments is an actual move. But also, swords invoke a lot of settings where marginalized people of all kinds have been, scrubbed out of.
Mm-hmm.
That's historically there aren't a lot of gay knight stories, as in K-Knights, Knights. Unless you count the fact that Graham Chapman was gay, and then Holy Grail. But they made some jokes. I watched a Monty Python documentary. By the way, Monty Python is on Netflix. Flying Circus, Life of Brian, Holy Grail. I think the only thing they don't have is meaning of life. And also now for something completely different, but that's not even a real movie. That's just a best of clip show.
Yeah, it's a lot of shorts.
Yeah, it's like meaning of life is also shorts, but a lot of that's like original shit, and something different is just, hey, Pythons, you want to like make a movie length version of your best skits, which they did. It's okay, but you can just watch Flying Circus streaming now. And then the lesbians is just because that's the author's personal preference. They by their own admission in the text, they're trans feminine. They're interested in women love women stories. There is an actual section, which I appreciate, which is called, altering the premise. It has 4 bullet points. One is working without magic. Certain characters are said to be inherently magical, and there's a lot of, like, conversation about magical stuff going on. Obviously, this will invoke certain fictional things that exist, which do have magical tropes as well. There's what if not swords. First of all, we talked about this. There is actually excuse of, like, yeah, you can just... Close combat is obviously the point, but, you can really aesthetically fluff whatever your close combat style is well. Also, hypothetically, you could extend this to giant robots, doing slam poetry, whatever works for an intimate conflict for your game setting.
Mm-hmm.
What if not thirsty? Like I said, the game is built on the idea that there are these kinds of romantic or... like I said, sexual connections, but like this can be about any kind of connection and seeking bonds. It doesn't have to be thirsty. It'll probably be thirsty. And then they do actually have one that's what if not lesbians, which I love when authors get catty. Shout out to the author for just straight up being like, hey, psst, you don't have to play a lesbian. You can be cishet if you want. It's fine. And then they're also like, but also don't be surprised if your characters end up a little queer anyway, because the way the book is writing. But like, yeah,
I'm about to say, like,
there's not even a commentary on it. It's just like, no, you can do whatever you want. And there's some like glossary work. There's some term defining work. There's some talking about some things being reappropriated or not. There is a move. I'm going to say a word in this that some people may find offensive, but the book actually discussed this. There is a move for one of the play characters called Big Dyke Energy. The book explicitly calls out, hey, you can read this move aloud. We say it's okay. Like, we understand what we did when we wrote it. Don't use that word in other contexts unless you can refer to yourself. Like, unless you are one of those people who can reappropriate that word. And I'm like, okay. I had a little concerticus when I read that move name, but I'm glad you addressed it later in the glossary, talking about stuff. I'm like, okay, all right. You understood what you were doing, And, they mentioned him in the glossary, they make sure to mention, like, aromantic and asexual concepts as well. Mm-hmm. So, like, you can play with the tones. You could be, like, you could do it as, like, male character interested in males. Obviously, I'm sure you could work with as like bi characters being perfectly fine. They do actually, when in the writing, use lesbian as a little bit more of a catch-all for like not just a sexuality, but also commentary about like societal roles and stuff, mm-hmm. which I had never actually heard it used in that context before. But okay, if people use it that way, and that's what you're going for, they at least have the common courtesy to make sure to double check you that that's what they're going for. So like, it's meant to be a broader game than you look, and like, it obviously the author did a write what you know moment, right? Mm-hmm. They wrote their own experience and kind of like their own kind of dealing with issues, but generally the narrative kind of thing, it's much more broadly applicable. Like I read a lot of the playbooks, and a lot of the player character types on the one hand absolutely reference various like incidents of like marginalized people and other stuff like that, but also shockingly in a Powered by the Apocalypse game, the character archetypes are also just good storytelling archetypes. Funny how that works.
Oh, I guess my fairy is leveling up.
Ooh, yeah, you're leveling up, you're doing stuff, learning new things. Like let me see, there's 9 playbooks. There's the Beast. The Beast is a character who clashes with civilization. You literally have a tracker of like you live outside of societal norms and find your own way. There's the Chosen, who is chosen, inner truth versus social expectations kind of a thing. By the way, this is another really good writing tip, not just because this is a game about queer themes, but also just in general. More people do this. Literally, the playbooks outline this character's central conflict is X. And I'm like, oh, thank God. My players know exactly what they're getting into. If you're doing these kind of genre emulations or stylistic emulations, yes, absolutely, you should do those things. There's the Devoted. Their conflict is about devotion versus self-care. The Devoted is kind of a tank / martyr character. They're all about getting their own ass handed to them to help other people and kind of like figuring out what the fuck to do with their life. There's the Infamous, who used to be bad or toxic and now is on the side of good. I don't know anything going on there. There's the Nature Witch, who is like a character about exploring themselves and figuring out the life and stuff. It's explicitly keyed as a supportive playbook if you want to avoid the spotlight, but just kind of like be into world building and helping other people and stuff. There's the Scoundrel. The Scoundrel is great. Exploring versus committing to purpose or security. They're all about living in the moment. Like, literally, they have a move called Heat of the Moment when you taunt someone into doing something they want to do but find unwise. It's great. Lots of pot stirring stuff. There's the Seeker, who comes from a, rigid or toxic society. I kind of, there's things you can't avoid. There's a lot of, words with capital letters like toxic and authority that are like, okay, it's one of those things, right? You use this word so much it starts to lose a little bit of its punch, but I honestly don't know how the fuck else you would phrase it. Mm-hmm. And I think toxic gets thrown around a little much these days, but I think it's a good word because a lot of people... It's a word that sounds like what it means, right? Mm-hmm. Like, there's something spicy about the way you say toxic with an X and a hard IC.
Yeah, no.
And a lot of people... Again, even if it's not like in a, fight the patriarchy, gay agenda, whatever way, like, a lot of people understand toxic forces and toxic relationships.
Yeah.
So it's a good thing to base on. The Chosen, not the Chosen, where was it? The Seeker comes from a toxic society and, deals with, what their society wants out of them versus what they want. There's the Spooky Witch, who is supposed to be kind of the kind of nerdy character. They have relationships with unseen forces that people may disapprove of. And then there's the Trickster, who is all about hiding their identity. They desire closeness but fear vulnerability. Classic shit. There's a lot of different moves. There's even more advanced moves for fighting more indicatively. There's some sample scenarios and settings. There's building your own settings. I won't be shy about it. There are some, there's a little bit of, aggressive preachiness in some elements that is all right, I understand why you're going hard, but, they're to play Thirsty Sword lesbians, you must, and then it goes down the list of, no fascism or bigotry allowed, and I'm like, okay, that's not literally true, but I understand why you said it like that. It's probably to make people who would be upset, I am not upset, I am just slightly jaded, upset about the you must support these things.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, I get what you're getting at. You put this there so that somebody who doesn't follow those things would be like, how dare you? Oh, I am offended. Throw it away. But it's, and it seems already interesting, and it is absolutely... they embrace the disaster lesbian meme fully in this game. This is all about, characters who are proactive, flashy, doing shit they should not be doing, throwing hands at people, making out, doing stuff, fighting, corruptive authorities. There's no harm or HP clock. Instead, they use conditions, which is a system which is more common to... there were conditions in Monster Hearts, but you also had a harm clock. Conditions are how Masks, which is a Young Supers role-playing game in the Powered by the Apocalypse, is set. So, conditions, influence your behavior. At no point do you lose agency, but you do kind of, take penalties and stuff. For instance, if you're angry, you take a penalty to figure out a person if you're mad. They have these great little narrative things you can do to get out of conditions. For instance, if you want to remove being angry, another character can support you. PCs can probably work on you, but you can cleared a condition with a destructive action. So, like, for example, if you're condition angry, you're mechanically angry, you can break something important to you or someone you care about to clear it, which, you know, kind of snaps you out of that stuff. And it's all about that kind of stuff. There's literally a stagger move, which I love, is written as, when you suffer a physical or emotional blow that shakes you, roll stagger. And I'm like, yeah, it's great. I think it's pretty interesting. I do not believe my copy is watermarked. I will probably scooch it for people to preview. Obviously, like I said, we have about 5 million games we want to play with a lot of different people, so I don't know where or when this will go in. But I'm... no, it's good. I think it's a really good writing. It's what I expected out of it, and I think it worked well.
That's good.
And it absolutely, I think, harkens to a lot of, you know, genres out there that I think will be interesting and stuff. And I can immediately see my through line for, like, how I would do the world building, which, by the way, it encourages. You know that they talk about the setting palette, which may be a technique from other games that I'm not familiar with, but you remember how when we did the Sprawl, right, we had that whole session where we sat around, and not only did we talk about Megacorps like the game wanted us to, but I asked you, like, hey, what kind of cyberpunk tropes do you want to see? What do you not want to see? That's hard-coded into TSL. Like, they literally say, hey, this is the setting palette. Characters should talk about what they want to be in, what they don't want to be in. Some of this can be serious shit, and some of this could be stuff like, hey, I'm over dragons. I don't want any dragons in my story, at which point Omega tells you to fucking leave the table. How dare you? No, it's okay. If you guys are actually over dragons, that's all right.
I'm never going to be over dragons.
I never want to play with. We're never going to. Yeah. Like, I'm never going to be over dragons. And honestly, I think this, not just because this harkens to some stories I've actually really enjoyed, and some other stuff I probably need to watch. I do need to watch Steven Universe sometime, I think. It's one of those big, for better or worse, it's a big hallmark show of our modern period. But, like, also, I mean, it's about swords, and they use swords as a metaphor for intimacy because it's literally a close range thing that's very dramatic, and I'm like, it's great. No. That speaks to me. I don't think I've ever talked about why I'm such a nerd for swords, but I think it's partially because, to me, there's a certain artistry. Like a sword is meant to be a weapon in a lot of ways. It is designed for, I mean, I don't know, Alex, if you want to, if you want to, think about your playbook and pick options for a hypothetical, that's okay. But remember, Session 0 is coded into this game, so...
Yeah, no, I'm probably not going to make a character. I mean, it's powered by the apocalypse. Characters aren't hard.
No, you literally pass out the thing. Like, if as a thought experiment you want to see if you can build the character you want to build, go for it. That's role-playing inspiration. Happens all the time. But like I said, remember, Session 0 is hard baked into this. And I have my own thoughts and feelings about what we're going to do. I would probably not be so on the nose as to use, like, some of the ideas they have for, like, you are the beautiful alliance of Queertopia fighting against heteronormia, and I'm just like, all right, that's a little too unsubtle. But there's so many ways you can write applicable stories about all kinds of marginalized things. And, like, I've talked a lot about empathy and stuff, you know? I am, as the game would say, the cishet.
Mm-hmm.
I don't necessarily understand literally, but we can have empathy about, you know, being marginalized or not falling inside society's understanding of things. I mean, what I'm doing right now is not necessarily a career or a style that I think my parents would have wanted for me. Not what I went to college for. I admire going to college for its own sake, but at no point did going to college prepare me for a lot of this bullshit. That's not entirely true. Some of the stuff we do involves a lot of research and writing notes. That's something that college did help me with. You know, but, like, fairy on fairy violence.
I know, right? Get her!
Jesus, get Buddha. But, like, you know, like, I've talked about this before. I remember what being a nerd, like, in the early 2000s was. We were in a very, like, anti-intellectual bent. Being a nerd was uncool, you know? Nobody read books. That was nerd shit. And I read books. Like, and yeah, society's pivoted a lot. And I hope that society will pivot a lot towards people of the various queer letters, you know, find out whatever you need to be. It's always interesting to realize just how much that, like, some other societies we know about, right? Like, they had myths or legends or whatever to deal with some of these tropes that, you know, Western Christian civilization just threw under the rug. You know,
I made
so
it.
like
Ah,
I hope that our marginalization can, you know, for people. I'm not all like when you fall.
I fall. I almost made it.
It's be much better when you can do the when you can like eventually fly or something. Which I'm fairly certain there's got to be some kind of like flying or infinite jumping ability, given like how tall some of these zones are that you maneuver. But yeah, like I said, I think it's just an interesting story. I would personally like. I wouldn't want to go so ham on some of the themes, not because I'm afraid of the themes, but because I would be worried about not correctly representing the themes.
Yeah, that's always a problem.
I have seen some pushback from like people in queer communities being like, "Yo, guys, you got to stop being so strict with the creativity. Like everybody's so afraid they're gonna fuck something up that like we're not getting any stories out, you know." But at the same time, I would definitely want to be like, I don't want to speak to something I don't necessarily fully understand myself. I wouldn't want to like put people out there and, you know, we just have fun stuff. But like, you can still do a lot, I think. Like I said, there's a lot of applicable themes, and there's a lot of what the kids these days call coding that you can put into stuff. They literally talk about that when talking about villains. That's one of the GM agendas is, you know, make villains appealing, both in terms of like, obviously you should be able to smooch on villains, but also like, the game emphasizes like, hey, make villains like dynamic characters your PCs care about getting into conflicts with.
It's like whole with She-Ra and Catra. Kind of
yeah.
thing.
A lot of the antagonist characters in She-Ra are very deep and have complex motivations. And yeah, this story is like, no, you should absolutely write that way. Not just because I think it's better for the themes, but also because it works for the thirsty sword lesbians bit, you know, where you can have dramatic sword fights and kiss. And like they talk about like, yeah, reclaim those evil lesbian vampires. That's coding. But they talk about like how queer coding or actual like using characters in a queer spectrum as villains has been a thing because shit like the Hays Code. This was an OSP video a couple weeks ago. Like, think about all the Disney villains you know who are you remember as being like really flamboyant or slightly feminine or like not traditional because they were villains and they could be more diverse, and like you can totally recapture that in not a negative light and just use it to write stuff. And like honestly, like I said earlier, I alluded to this. You know what? Societal roles and expectations are bullshit. They're fake. They're not real.
Oh yeah.
I talked about this. Like, the pink used to be a masculine color, and then somebody in marketing decided pink was for girls and blue was for boys. That's not real. There's no, like, logical societal basis for that. It just kind of happened as a trend, and then people assumed it was correct because it was easier to market to. You know? Like, you know, you think about, like, yeah, we had all this big, you know, societal pushback. There was a conservative pushback in, like, the 50s for, like, traditional women's roles. That's because in the 40s, when all the men went off to war, we got shit like Rosie the Riveter. You know, society needed women in the workplace because of reasons, and then, you know, that pushed forward some feminist agendas, but also there was pushback societally when all those guys came back from war and were like, what are these women doing taking my gerbs? Also, to be fair, I think there is some understandable for some of that pushback. These guys were just in a war, and they're like, wow, society's really different when I was away at war. I don't necessarily think the pushback of, like, the super heteronormative nuclear family shit from the 50s was good, but, like, I understand why that comes back.
Mm-hmm.
We don't all... society does not always welcome back soldiers who are away, well, unfortunately.
Nope.
Long-running societal theme, but that's another thing that could be applicable, you know? There's a lot of applicability out there. So what Omega wants to tell you is, you know, live your best life, everybody. Do what's good for you. Figure yourself out. Self-actualization is cool, actually. And don't let other people, like, put labels on you. This is actually another thing I liked in the TSL rulebook. When they do in the glossary and stuff, they talk about how labels are fluid and people don't always apply labels to themselves, and I made an interesting point that maybe people of all respect should do more of, like, don't necessarily fight people about their own self-identified labels.
Mm-hmm.
Like, don't be in a rush to label people, and don't, like, fight back to, like, stick labels on people. And I'm like, yeah, that's right. Labels are fake anyway. Everybody is unique, you know. Nobody has the exact same situation as anybody else. Labels are a shorthand. That can be good or bad. You're back on the bridge of evil. Are you going to get the ability to turn into a bunny again?
I want it.
Who knows?
Damn it, no. I'm going to get it, though. I'm going to get it.
I mean, hypothetically, you could just grind by doing the room over and over again. Like, just go back out the door and come back.
Oh, it was just called. It's just
And actually, I only just realized how much like Symphony of the Night those border doors between zones are. That's another big thing. You know how a door goes to a new zone when it's big red. The dog thing freaks me out, guys. That's like a Yorkshire Terrier floating head. That's really weird. Not that Castlevania doesn't have weird enemies as well, but I do appreciate that like some of the enemy designs in this shit are just wacky.
Okay, there it is. Yes. Yes. I got it back.
Here you go. You got it. I figured it couldn't be that rare of a drop if you got it like first try. RNG.
RNG, baby.
But yeah, so I think this was a good opportunity to like have a little serious talk. Like I'm of the opinion that like people is people, and you know whatever you want to figure out for yourself is figuring out for yourself, and other people are not a part of that.
I am blocked by the turnstile. God damn it.
That's very, that's not to gush on this book too much, but it literally at the end of the glossary it talks about like it has you scroll up to the cheat sheets. It's got valid, you, heart, like it's and I echo that sentiment heartily. Like everybody is valid. You're all humans. You have real feelings. We're all we're all literally the same inside. That's a line from Shakespeare. I think it's Othello, or is it The Merchant of Venice? It's one of those two, maybe. If you prick us, do we not bleed? Something I've really taken to heart, Okay, because we're all dealing with the same shit, different days, kind of a thing.
Mm-hmm.
And people is people. And honestly, I have read way more like preachy and off kilter and like trying to upset you works than Thirsty Sword Lesbians. This is just like, no, we're about gay sword fights. What of it?
You see, that
here's how it works.
I think that was my major concern about Thirsty Sword Lesbians is I was worried that it was gonna be a product of trying to promote inclusivity or whatever it is, just for inclusivity's sake. I don't know how to pronounce that, but you know what I mean. Like everything, where how do I best want to put this? Basically, it's being made just so they can say, "Hey, I made a thing, that's inclusive and stuff," and not necessarily telling its own story. They just want to bank on the fact that it's about lesbians and inclusivity. You follow what I'm saying?
And no, from reading it, and like I said, I'll upload a shot to the Secret Tabletop Cabal so you guys can read it. Like, no, this genuinely, like I said, I think the author was writing what they know. They're like, hey, I like these kinds of stories. There's no game for this. I'm gonna write this.
Yeah, no, and I'm really interested in this. I'm like, yeah, I want to give this a try.
Yeah, there's some interesting things. It actually talks about like pacing, about how to session length, what you should do, different selections and stuff, and it's pretty in there, and it's inclusive, but it's inclusive in the way that like I said, no, this has very clear genre conventions. This is a game about feminine characters.
Mm-hmm.
I should say feminine because it's not necessarily, like I said, talking about expanded. Like, apparently, it is okay to identify as lesbian if you are not only if you're a trans woman or trans feminine, but also some bi people identify as lesbian and whatnot. And it's apparently the term itself is apparently more inclusive than I knew, which is interesting. I have never quite seen it used that way, but hey, it is how it is. I am certainly not going to tell this book that it's wrong.
No.
I don't know shit. Hey, I'm glad you told me. It's but it's about feminine, but not necessarily traditionally feminine characters making out and having sword fights, and it's supposed to be dramatic and stuff, and it has some cross genre pollination. There's some example settings that are more space opera or more. The word they use is steam funk, which I've never heard before, but the idea is that's what if instead of being strictly retro Victorian, which is arguably very white, you put more of an inclusive spin on that. Steampunk, neo jazz age type stuff, and I'm like, okay, never heard that term before. That's cool. You are right. being a Victorian model of Victorian society does mean being very white. Like, so there's a lot of flexibility here, and like I said, it's inclusive in the like I said, there's that note. What if not lesbians? And if you want to play cishet characters, you can. I'm not gonna stop you. I don't care. And I'm like, I think that's the exact sentiment I wanted out of this.
Yeah.
Was like, hey, unfortunately, I am cishet. I was born this way. That's how it is. That's that cuts both ways. So like I don't really have any choice in that. That's how I am.
Oh, Jesus,
I've been alive for nearly 30 years, and that's just kind of how I feel with stuff. Never really felt any significant way or the other, but like that's how I am.
Mm-hmm.
I'm also not really fussed on any ideas of traditional masculinity either. I've played sports. I'm bad at them. Never really was bitten by the sports bug. Actually, this is a funny thing that, like, I'm not going to make a big deal out of it, but this is a funny me anecdote. I don't know if I've talked about this a lot, but so when I was a kid, I was a nail biter.
Mm-hmm.
I made a conscious decision not to bite my nails. As a result, my fingernails tend to be long, as in literally several people in my life have said, dude, your fingernails are really long. Like, they're not like, I would not say they are necessarily, like, feminine long, though some of those are fake extensions, but, like, I grow my fingernails out longer than is normally expected for a dude because I hate trimming my fingernails and I try not to chew them. Like everybody has their own little quirks and stuff,
Mm-hmm.
It was merchant advance, okay. I mean, honestly, like, everybody's like that, like, getting in the weeds. Lucky's gotten himself out in the grapes on RPG topics before.
I have?
It's natural, and I don't know if you're causing a disruption for other people in chat, but they don't complain that you, like, bombard messages. I can't really complain about that because I've realized that YouTube has, like, a 200 character limit. It's like tweeting. So, yeah, no, that makes sense. So I think it's fine. It's a discussion with the audience. We're streaming so it can be interactive. People can feel involved.
Mm-hmm.
We're talking about RPGs, so I don't think you're really taking away from anything by doing your own conversational prompts that we can interact with, Hex. If, like, we pivoted to something else, which we won't because we've been going for 4 hours, and it is 11 o'clock at night, and I am hot and sweaty sitting here again. God damn it. But, like, I think it's on point. It's if we switch to something else, we go out. Yeah, people just, ignore it. I think it's... But, yeah, like I said, I'll upload the game for people to peruse. I do think we can probably do some interesting stuff with this without, getting out there and going, like I said, either way too far. Because I do absolutely, I do believe that there is a too far version of progressive inclusiveness where you turn it into a weapon. Like, okay, I get it, guys. You've been oppressed. That often turns around into, like, seizing power from the oppressors and throwing back. But sometimes that can be just as self-destructive and toxic as shit that has been done to you. Humans are humans, therefore you can fuck shit up too, unfortunately. I'm sure we've fucked up a lot of shit in our lives and, gone back on stuff and probably, been mean to people accidentally, been insensitive, but, the best thing is to, the words I hear these days are listen to people, keep your ears open, let people kind of speak their stuff, don't try to crowd them, and let them go. And I think this book speaks to a certain thing, and you should check it out if you want. It's only, the PDF is $15. You can buy a print on demand in color. There's a lot of color sections in this PDF with splash art, so that's a little expensive.
Oh, I need gunpowder.
But yeah, I think it's probably about time to wrap up.
Sounds good to me.
Lucky continues to talk to people and enjoy the game. I believe we've already locked in. You can expect probably more Bloodstained on the Monday. That, at least, will probably be a little more interactive between the two of us because it'll be the focus and Lucky can screen share me. So I can, follow along live. Possibly even take over if my internet doesn't be weird. My internet will be weird, probably.
Probably.
It happens. I mean, we've been pretty stable today. It's okay. But, yeah. Also, like I said, probably expect some, like, guerrilla or Gartic phone action sometime during the week. Also, yes, after this, hopefully... Well, not hopefully. Lucky, please, when we're done streaming, upload the next episode.
I will.
Yeah, so we'll be working on that to continue, so you can listen to that section and catch up. See for yourself what you think about that stuff we talked about. How do you feel about actions that happen? Did Omega fuck up? Who knows? Well, shout out to you, Carlos. Also, possibly you shouted out to yourself, but thank you for the super chat. Always great to see everybody's support. Which is also a perfect segue into the outro. Hey, if you're watching this video on YouTube, engage with this video by giving it a like. You liked it. Leave your comments in the comment section down below. Out of the good old comment section, if you're not part of the old live chat. We got 10 likes in 12 years. I'm sure you guys can figure it out yourself. But past that, of course, we would also appreciate it if you subscribed. YouTube is, editing out a few of our subscribers. We're not in any danger of falling below 3K, but we lost a couple over the day. So, if you're new here and you're listening to this and you want more of this, especially if you want more Bloodstain, sub now. Also, make sure to hit that bell for notifications so you always know we post a new video or when we stream. Want to be there when Lucky streams more Bloodstained? Bell. Ring it. Do it. It's good for you.
You want to.
Do it now.
Do it! No!
Get to the chopper. You can get to the chopper. Also, by joining our memberships. As noted in our chat, you get access to membership badges and emotes, which you can spam in chat.
Oh,
it's
she
cool.
twirled it! So I was just testing things. It's just like, yeah, that's hot. That's hot. I love it.
That's good, yeah. Do a little twirly-do. You're good. Support us in channel memberships, like I said, membership badges, emotes, you can spam in chat. Fun stuff. It's great. You can also put it in comments. It's cool. You can also support us, obviously, with Super Chat or Super Thanks. If you want a little bit more of, like, a formal kind of support us relationship, you can always support us on Patreon, like we said at the front of the show. You can get access to episodes in audio format of both this podcast and our other flagship podcast, like FGO. For as little as $1 a month or $10 a year. At higher levels, you can access topic polls. You can listen to us record some shows live, get access to video releases early, lots of other stuff. And just being a patron gets you access to our patron chat on our Discord, so you can hang out in a quiet space that is usually pretty cool. Unless we're recording an episode, in which case it is madness. And yeah, I think that's all the usual things. So we'll catch you guys later. Obviously, we got some Star Wars to record and shoot and upload. Gonna be streaming Monday, and some other stuff you out there. And be sure to check out Let's Talk FGO for this week if you haven't already. Lots of little news things we covered, so maybe you missed something. Check it out.
Nice. Okay. Yep. Nope.
And yeah, that's everything I got.
Yeah, everything here. So everyone, we'll see you next time. Laters.